Hello, this is Final Mizu. So today we're going to be doing a reading stream for the prequel novel of Mary Skelter 1 and its side story novel. So yeah, I can't wait to read it to you guys. This is like the first time I'm doing like a reading stream, so I don't think I'm going to do a great job in it, but oh well, we're just here to have fun and like learn about the world of Mary Skelter. So I'm going to like pull up the novel, which I'm going to be reading from Mary Skelter Finale, since Finale actually has both prequel novels for Mary Skelter 1 and 2. And that also includes like new chapters that were not in the original print of these prequel novels back when they came out in their respectable games. So yeah, I'm gonna change the scene and we're gonna go start reading. So yeah, Mary Skelter 1. Visual novel 1. Well, I wish they said it was a prequel novel, because it is a prequel novel. But yeah, let's see. Okay, so there's a total of 15 chapters. Let's see, these stories contain spoilers. We recommend reading this book after clearing Mary Skelter nightmares. Well, yeah, there's a good reason why. This is one of the few prequel novels that you kind of need to finish the game in order for it to, like, you know, be okay to read it and such. But yeah, let's start with story 1. Look at this art. I love the art. But yeah, let's start with story 1. On that day, the seed of a nightmare fell to earth. Look, a shooting star! A small child raised his finger to the night sky, smiling. The people around him looked up. A large shooting star flew through the crisp night air, vibrant against the glimmering sky. It was said that wishing upon a fallen star 3 times before it disappeared would make the wish come true. Even rarer was one that would stay in sight for long enough. But on that night, the shooting star hung in the sky, and all the people of the city, young and old, clasped their hands together. Clasped? I think that's how you pronounce it. I could be completely wrong, but the star flew through the night for some time before it disappeared, as if bursting in mid-air. "Ah, it's gone." The child's disappointed voice broke the silence, and the people returned their gazes back to the ground to live their lives as usual. But their usual lives would prove to be short-lived. Okay, I need to scroll this down a little bit. Okay, done. Alright. 200 kilometers above ground, the shooting star crumbled. At least that's what the people thought it was. From inside, something small fell out, something like a seed of a plant. It dropped from the sky, dancing in mid-air, and it gently fell to the earth. It landed in one particular city, and immediately its roots began to sprout. The encroachment had begun. Begun. I begin. I don't know if I've said that right or not. But the seed spread its roots across the land like a parasite, consuming and affecting all organic and inorganic things it came into contact with. The roots took hold of everything they touched, and their structures began to change. Some things contorted, others cracked, and others melted. Everything infected was changed in form, and soon the very land began to warp. The people who saw this tried to flee, but many could not, and soon they too were infected. The land to which the seed was... The land to which the seed was rooted began to rot, and the city began its descent into a deep chasm. Deep underground it fell. Unable to climb out, the people watched as their city became hellish deformed. High above, at the surface where the city once stood, a flesh-like membrane blocked not only the sunlight, but the people's only chance of escape as well. And so, the citizens were trapped deep underground. But yeah, I'm just gonna look at this art again. I love the art for the prequel novels. It's so good looking to look at. I love it a lot. And this is like, you know, the jail taking root. Look at this. Look at this. This is amazing. It looks so cool to look at. I love it. But yeah, as the encroachment spread, the city center warped into a terrifying nightmare, my bad. After some time, the spread of the infection slowed. Of course, that alone would not quell the fears of the people. With the city now deep underground, they were left with no other choice but to live in this new created underground hell. While those infected by the seed were transformed, the transformation stopped once the seed roots slowed. The people, animals, and insects that were corrupted lost their intelligence. But none ever shown a dread of harm to the people, and instead they simply lurked around the city. Despite their horror, the people consider it as a form of disease or a phenomenon that would somehow disappear one day. With this fragile hope at heart, the people escaped from the center of the city and looked for a place to live amongst the outskirts. But this was not the end for them. Once a year had passed before people discovered what true despair was. A high rise located towards the city center had two fallen victims to the seeds. Is that prevent infection? I don't know what that word is. Mutating into a twisted tower looming over the decaying city. From it came eerie sounds that resonated through the area. The sounds harked. Wait, barked? Wait, I can't... Wait, is that an H or a B? I think there's a H. So, harked? Oh my god, let me pull up Google real quick. the nightmare that was to come. The son of one family in particular had been infected as well. Seeing that their child haven't been as badly deformed as the others, the parents decided to stay together as a family. Then one day, the eerie sounds began to ring out from the center of the city. As if being summoned, the infected son began to walk slowly towards it. Fearing that they too would be infected, the family was reluctant to follow after him. Perhaps he would be safer there, they thought. They forced themselves to place their hopes in such a dot and waited for their son to return. And return he did. It's so nice to see you back. His younger sister ran towards him with joy. The son proceeded to grab the girl's head like a ball. Ow, that hurts. As if he couldn't hear her, he dragged her by the head towards his mother. He then grabbed his mother's arms and turned it around, walking back into the city. What are you doing? Stop it! The father, who had been stunned into stupor, snapped out of it and hurriedly grabbed his son's shoulder from behind. He had no choice. It was his duty as a father to protect his family, but unbeknownst to him, his life would soon be approaching to its end. The son turned around and opened his mouth wide. From inside, his tongue lashed out and pierced his father straight through his skull. His mother screamed. The son's tongue retracted back into his mouth, and his father slumped to the ground without a sound. No, let go, let me go. Mommy, what's happening? Ow, you're hurting me. Please, let me go. With his mother crying at the top of her lungs and his younger sister shrieking in pain, the son quietly drags them away, tugging along as if nothing happened. Oh, look at this art. Really good. Really good art. I love it a lot. As they came closer to the city center, the structures took on disformed shapes. Rotting buildings, twisted streetlights, flowers blooming from telephone poles. Their environment took on an even more terrifying form as they grew closer to the center. Suddenly, the sun finally stopped. The drain along the road twisted into a gaping hole. His younger sister's leg got caught in it. Wait, my foot. The younger sister's voice squeaked softly. Sorry, not quietly, softly. Her brother turned around and seemed to understand what was happening. Unfortunately, his scattered connection made it difficult for him to help her in her meek struggle. The brother lifted his sister's head up and pulled. But sounds of bones snap and flesh tearing crackles through the night air. The girl's head spewed blood all over her body. The brother lifted his hand, his hand, to see her head. He tossed it away and began to walk again, dragging his mother with him. His mother had long since lost consciousness and had not seen what happened. Soon the sun had led them to a twisting tower standing above the city street. There were small rooms, many of which contained people already locked inside. Another infected person stood guarding these cells. The guard noticed the son and opened the door. The son tossed his mother inside. He then wandered out, looking for his next prey. Acts of savagery like this occur all across the city. Those who transform suddenly begin their siege on the humans and capture them, dragging them to the cells. Anyone who resisted was killed. On that day, the city became an underground jail, and the people its captives. The fight between the two sides had begun. The infected creatures all exhibit strength beyond normal comprehensions, and even the smallest creature grew to a monstrous size. Normal humans stood no chance against any of them, but the saving grace for humanity was the fight to preserve their consciousness. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" A man was running from a creature. Behind him was a giant worm slithering at great speeds, but the man was faster. He turned the corner of the building and disappeared. Seconds later, the giant worm turned the same corner and was met with a metal rod straight to the head. Squish. The rod broke through the slimy flesh, and from it spewed pink blood. The creature swore madly, and the man was knocked back. He wasn't alone. 10 others stood nearby, each wielding a weapon, and began their attack on the creature. "Damn it! You monster! Die! Die! Die!" Despite the many punctures through its skin, the creature still thrashed about, slamming its body down and biting at the people. Its attackers sustained several injuries, but they kept at it until the creature stopped moving. The giant worm, now a lump of flesh and pink blood, was splat upon by the man in disgust. "Serves you right, monster. Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, it's dead. What about the others?" "I think someone over there got a broken arm. We should take him to the doctor right away." Helping the injured man, they all began to walk towards the perimeter of the city. Though the people lacked the strength to fight alone, they'd proven that they could be victorious by setting traps and fighting in numbers. However, running was still the best course of action, and far less risky. Since the creatures did not travel very far, the people simply found shelter outside of the city center to live quietly amongst the perimeter. Another year passed. The people banded together to form a colony to survive the underground jail. Amongst them, former police officers, self-defense force officers, scientists, doctors, and other professionals formed an organization to become a beacon of hope. The Dawn Liberation Force, or the Dawn for short, took on various roles: defense, patrol, medicine, research, and more. They soon became a crucial part of the people's survival. One of the core members of the Dawn was a professor. The professor conducted research on the seed, its roots, the transformations, the creatures, everything related to the ongoing phenomenon. To find out what was truly going on, after extensive after extensive study, he came up with a number of theories and a name for the phenomenon. He referred to the transformations in the city as mimicry. He did name the mimic creatures mayhem. There was one other term the professor coined, the place that they live in, which had still been slowly growing into a living hell, was called the jail. Look at that, the jail tower, the final dungeon. So yeah, that was the first chapter. Pretty good first chapter. It really does kind of cement the feeling of the prequel novel from like how it feels like a fairy tale, and it's also kind of gruesome like monk. But yeah, we're in the second chapter now. But let me double check something real quick. All right, I love this art. Look at this. Really gruesome, but it's like really good. Really well drawn. The sound of a stomach in hunger is a low-pitched growl. The sound of a cat in heat is like a high-pitched purr. The sound of wind passing through a cave is like a resonating bellow. And if all three came together as one, the sound would be in discord, beyond recognition. Only like this would one describe the sounds that came from this living world, the jail. Here in this giant prism of a city, wails and cries could be heard coming from the jail. The horrifying sound brought disgust, hatred, and fear to the captives. But something that posed itself as a symbol of a nightmare for many was a siren that harked, the beginning of the most enjoyable time of the day to play for others. In the city were 7 areas, with the tower standing at the center. Within each area were creatures created by the jail and cells where people were held captive. The prisoners went pale and huddled closely together in their cells each time they heard the jail wailing. They knew what the wailing would bring. After the wailing resonated throughout the area, horrifying creatures, mayhems, appeared from nowhere. They then select a number of prisoners to take away. Those unlucky enough to be chosen withered in fear and cried desperately for help. Please, someone, help. I don't want to go there. Please, please, have mercy, please. No, 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 no. The words all fell on the deaf ears of the mayhem. They didn't understand what the prisoners were saying. Instead, it seemed as though they were guided by the simple but cruel satisfaction in dragging away the helpless humans from their cells. As the prisoners looked on in despair, watching their brethren being dragged away, they held themselves back from saving them. No, they looked on, not with despair, but with fear, sorrow, self-loathing, uselessness, and with release. That they were not the ones who were chosen. Who would it admonish them about shoot admonish them for thinking that way. No one could, as everyone knew where the chosen were being taken. The torture chamber, a room where the mayhem used all means necessary to torture the captives. Some slowly inflicted a dual pain to induce the prisoners to moan in suffering. Yeah, pretty fucked up place to be in. It hurts. Some were made to bleed profusely from all parts of their bodies. And some were made to lick the walls as if to caress the jail. I think. Wait. God, my drill is giving off, and I only been 8 pages. Wow. Actually, I'm gonna take the mic out of the stand, so it'll be easier for me to read this. Alright, where was I? Oh yeah, and some were made to lick the walls as if to caress the jail. Why were the mayhem doing such things? No one knew. They continued to torture the people, grinding down their bodies and souls. Those who survived were taken back to the cell to live another day. Those who did not became the mayhem's next meal. And so, as the number of prisoners dwindled, the mayhems went out into the city again to capture more humans. An organization exists to save the people from the predatory mayhem. The Dawn Liberation Force, also known as the Dawn. They were the last hope for the people trapped in this hellish city. Sir, the mayhem are on the hunt again. How many are we looking at? According to the reports, 2 mid-sized ones, the citizens are currently under attack. 2 mid-sized mayhem. We should be able to handle them. All available, follow me. The leader of the Dawn's defense force immediately took action. He had once been a major of the self-defense forces stationed in the city and was dedicated to protect the people from the mayhem. When the jail's reach began to spread, he saw the chaos of the authority units losing members one by one. He immediately gathered people who could take up arms and participating in would take a turn for the worse. That decisiveness led him to become a key member of the Dawn. The leader and 5 of his men arrived at the scene. A handful of people were already fighting the 2 mayhem. 3 were on the ground, their fates unknown. All you citizens, go take the injured to safety. My bad. Okay. The Dawn, you're here. We'll take care of them. Boys, count your bullets. It's time to show them what we got. After the city sank underground, replenishing ammo for their weapons had become impossible. Despite their limitations, the leader and his men head to face the mayhems. Bayonet-equipped automatic rifles at the ready. One of the mayhem was half human, half canine, its body covered in fur. The other was a manifestation of the playing card soldier from Alice in Wonderland. The only thing that could explain their existence was that all of this was a nightmare. I'll take care of the dog face. You boys take care of the card. The leader charged towards the dog-faced mayhem. Using the bayonet to his advantage, he stabbed it repeatedly and put as much distance between them as possible. Gah! The mayhem let out a sound unlike any the leader had heard from a man or a dog. The strength and resilience of most of the mayhem made it close to impossible for any mortal to face them. Their only weakness was their limited intelligence, which humans exploited in order to defeat them. But it was far from easy. Despite the dangers of the bayonet, the mayhem closed in. In his haste, the leader thrust forward too deeply, making it difficult to dislodge his weapon from the mayhem. It reached out, and the leader let go. After it pulled the weapon from its body, the mayhem tossed it away, turned the battle into a fistfight. Grr. The distance the leader placed between them had not been enough. The mayhem leaped into range and opened its slimy mouth, exposing its jaws, and ready to bite. Shoot! The leader closed his eyes and knew it was over. A gunshot crackled through the air. Gah! The blood spewed forth from the mayhem's belly, and it fell to the ground with a dunt. The leader looked... Wait, why is it quotation marked? Oh well, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Harry... Should have said something. Where's my placement? I got lost. Oh, wait. Let's see. Oh, the leader looked towards the sound of the gunshot to see one of his men. The card mayhem lay on the ground next to him. The others came forward and finished it off. Sir, are you alright? Yeah, thanks to you. I'm sorry, sir. I wasted precious ammo there. In exchange for my life, I'll say it was worth it. The leader spoke jokingly. When the men saw his smile, he let out a laugh in relief. But that laughter was short-lived. What's the report? Sir, 3 citizens in critical condition. 5 sustained minor injuries. 2 of our men with minor injuries as well. No deaths, sir. Good. Go and get the citizens looked at. Tell the rest to keep their eyes open for any danger. Send in a... recon? No, that's not recon. That's... requisition? To dispatch the rescue unit. Already done, sir. I believe they should be arriving shortly. I see. Well then, I suppose I'll make my rounds. There's no telling whether or not another mayhem was lurking in the shadows. The leader picked up his trusty rifle and head out on full alert. I hope I'm not missing any dialogue, because I tend to accidentally, skip stuff. Alright. All clear. The leader stopped, hearing something. Footsteps. One person walking on 2s. Small? Running? No. Walking slowly. Something was definitely closing in. He hid in the shadows to see who or what it could be. 3, 2, 1. Freeze! Yikes! He jumped out of the shadows and pressed the barrel of his gun against the creature. Even if this mayhem couldn't understand what he's saying, he knew the loudness of his voice would stutter it and stop it in its tracks. But he had worried in vain. There, trembling with her hands up, stood a girl in white with long black hair. She turned around slowly. Oh, it's you, Doctor. Please don't scare me like that. The leader frowned at her teary-eyed face. She was the lead doctor and head of the rescue unit. Despite being in her 20s, she had top-notch medical skills and the rare ability to calm others around her with just her presence. It was no wonder she was one of the key members of the Dawn. Did you come here alone? It's dangerous out here. I could say the same to you. Even if you were strong, it doesn't mean you can defeat a mayhem by yourself. If I ever seen you hurt because of something like this, I'm going to get really angry. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she suddenly glared at the leader. The intensity. Fuck. I can't talk. Why can I not talk? The intensity in her face was brunt by the fact that she needed to look up at him instead of down. Her kindness and her indignation at others or putting themselves in peril were the very reasons the leader found her irritating. But at the same time, he couldn't help but like her. Fine, I'll head back. Good, let's go back together. A smile came across her face, and she suggested returning Vita a different route so that the leader could finish his rounds. Corner after corner they turned, until one corner led them straight to a mayhem. Move back! The leader pulled the doctor behind him, drawing his weapon towards the mayhem. It was about 10 meters away, in humanoid form, just the kind he hated fighting, but for some reason it was crouched on the ground. Was it hurt? What should I do, he thought. Fighting it alone would be too dangerous. If it was hurt, it could proven to be a formidable opponent, like an injured animal lashing out. Maybe I should retreat and... Look at that. Cute doctor. Call for reinforcements. Those dots disappeared immediately once he saw what's laying on the ground near the mayhem. Is that a baby? 1-year-old? 2-year-old? In any case, it was an infant crying and naked on the ground. The mayhem reached its arms towards the baby. The leader reacted immediately, removing the safety lock from his rifle. Now was the time to use the bullets he had kept so safe. The automatic rifle fired a rain of bullets, piercing the mayhem. The mayhem, without any sound, however, fell to the ground. Its pink blood splattered over the baby. But it was still alive. Right next to the mayhem's head was the young infant. The mayhem opened its mouth to bite. Was it going to consume the baby? No! With a fierce scream, the leader ran towards the mayhem, but he's too far away. Sensing danger, the baby began to cry out in a loud voice. Her hand rose towards the sky and splat. The mayhem's head was crushed. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. Indeed, it had happened. The mayhem's head, the baby simply swung its tiny fist down, crushing it. The mayhem stopped moving, stunned as he approached. The leader slowly came to and noticed the baby's cries had stopped. Instead, she gluttered with laughter. What's going on? The leader couldn't answer the doctor's trembling voice. How could he? He slowly picked up the laughing baby and wiped off the mayhem blood. Maybe that felt good to the baby. The baby opened its eyes and stared at the leader. What the? The baby's eyes were emanating an eerie pink glow. Oh, look at that. It's a cute baby. It's red. It's Red Riding Hood. Look at her. So cute. But yeah, let's just look at the photo again. And go to the next page. Now chapter 3. Oh my god. How long has it been? I need to know. Hold on. 45 minutes for 3 chapters. And my drill's already killing me. My drill is literally killing me. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get like a quick water. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I can't believe it's only been like 11 pages and we're only at chapter 3. I'm loving this. My throat's gonna kill me tomorrow. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna like, after I'm done like with this stream, I'm gonna have like a dying throat the next day. Maybe like, yeah, alright. Chapter 3. The headquarters of the Dawn. Inside of the isolated city was a single structure that still had running power. Members of the Dawn from all walks of life reside here. Indeed, this was the last fortress for the people of the city. A meeting room was I don't think that's station. That's situated in a laboratory deep inside the huge structure, where 6 key members of the Dawn congregated. I'm quite busy. I appreciate it if we could end this quickly. He was the head of the research team known as the Professor. In his mid-40s, his frail and tempered face was the perfect fit for just the type of genius who could remove himself from society to conduct research. No matter what, the professor worked day in and day out to find out the truth behind the jail and the mayhem. Now, Professor, this is going to be a very important meeting. The professor's lead assistant was about 30 years of age, though he looked far healthier than the professor. He seemed just as far from reliable as his mentor. However, his sharp mind led him to become the professor's go-to person within a year of joining the Dawn. It'll take a while, especially today. The leader of the defense force, close to his 40s and very muscular. He not only looked hardy. Wait, hardly? But was incredibly reliable. He fought on the front lines against the mayhem, defending the people as a leader. He could be considered the very person who brought the Dawn together. What? Y'all got something neat to share? The head of the maintenance crew, known as the Chief, in his late 50s, a brash, rude, and hard-headed leader of the craftsmen. He was in charge of the technicians who maintained the building's power, water supplies, and infrastructure to keep the city alive. I hope it isn't bad news. The head of the general commodities, rightfully known as Mother, she was in her late 20s and had a gentle and nurturing air about her. In charge of handling provisions, general operations, and government of the rules to ensure that all problems, both big and small, were handled properly to keep the city keep the people safe and happy. Casualties from the mayhem have been on a deny. The leader of the rescue unit, known as Professor, in her mid-20s and a very skilled medical practitioner, despite her youth. She was kind and loving with a smile that could heal even the most wretched soul cut deep by the existence of the mayhem. She was indeed the nightingale of the jail. The professor, the assistant, the leader, the doctor, the chief, and Mother, they were the key members of the Dawn who worked to protect the lives of the people. There we go. The leaders of the Dawn. The 6 of them gathered periodically to report on activities and exchange information. The reason for their meetings were to held so deep inside the dawn was because of the professor. In the most extremist sense, he was reclusive and only stepped out of his laboratory for research. Such as when he could visit the Mayhem's lair, he was acquainted with no one else besides the key members of the meeting. So it was only natural for people to congregate in the laboratory. Now then, let's begin the reports. The assistant went around the table, and each of the members' reports seemed to corroborate. The doctor's observation of the decreasing casualties, it might also have been proof that the Dawn's activities were finally reaping the fruits of harvest that they had planted. But amongst the reports, the leaders were the most noticeable. I'm happy to report that we were successful in infiltrating the jail tower. The tension in the air grew thick. The tower in the middle of the jail was surrounded by 7 distinct areas. Each had been infected by the jail, and were all the mayhem lairs containing prison cells. The members of the Dawn collectively referred to these areas as dungeons. The assistant and the other members of the Dawn went to these dungeons to study the area, which was then reported back to the professor to further his research. They would often retreat after encountering mayhem, but even so, the research was making progress. And progress it was. They succeeded in infiltrating the jail tower after the professor finished evaluating all 7 dungeons. The chief spoke up full of energy. So how about that? How was it? Was it like what you thought? We were able to search up to the 3rd floor, but it was as expected. The tower might actually be deserted. The Dawn positioned their members near key entrances to the jail tower and its surrounding dungeons so as to monitor the mayhem going in and out. They had used binoculars and other low-tech means, but not a single mayhem have entered or exited the jail tower in over a year. The absence of mayhem in the tower has been speculated for some time, and so the place was closely monitored. But still, no mayhem were detected and the search team was able to infiltrate the area. I recommend we officially put together a search team to climb the tower. It would be the most important subject they could discuss. Professor, the tower is still growing, isn't it? The professor nodded in silence. His assistant spoke up. The growth has slowed, but it hasn't stopped. According to their research, the cities had sunk 600 meters below the surface, about the length of a skyrise. The tower they spoke about was originally been a 250-meter tall building, but ever since it was taken over by the jail, the building twisted and grew to about 300 meters tall. Among all the buildings, that one seems to be special. I'm not sure if we could uncover new secrets by sending our troops there. The conviction. Wait, I don't even know I'm saying that right. Hold on. Yeah, I was saying that right. Conviction. In their leader's voice silenced everyone else in the room. They knew it had to be done sooner or later, but it's too dangerous. Mother broke the silence. Even if there were no mayhem in there, there's no telling what lies in wait. I agree as well. The doctor gave her assent quietly. From her standpoint as a doctor, she couldn't recommend having anyone put themselves in harm's way. So you're saying we should live here in constant peril with the mayhem on our tails. We're never going to be able to get out of here unless we take action. The leader's words silenced Mother and the doctor once more. What he said was true. They needed to take some form of action. And they knew it had to be done. But what about you, Professor? I agree with you. There's only so much I can accomplish with my current research. I already have all I need to know about the dungeons. If we can get any more information from the inside, I'm sure it could help our research even further. I'm also in agreement. We already know that the jail is like a plant, and I believe the mayhem are like the fruits of the plant. If so, we'll need to examine the trunk and its roots to find out more about the jail. And you, Chief, you gotta ask, if there ain't anything in there, just go on in. It's a hell of a lot better than having an all-out war with them monsters. The vote was 4-2 in agreement with going in. But the two girls were still unconvinced. However, they couldn't say any more and sat frowning in silence. The leader spoke to them. Our objective is only to search the place. No aggressive action or battle at all. We'll select only our best to form these 3 units within the group. Each will be led by a sub-leader. I'll oversee the mission and we'll bring all the armaments and ammunition we got. The equipment will be updated by the chief, and if anything starts to look shaky, we'll retreat. Sounds like a deal? Stressing caution above all else, he hoped he could convince them. He would see to it himself that the right members were appointed into the units. Soon enough, the doctor raised her head with a gleam of resolve in her eyes. Understood, then I will be joining the mission as well. The leader looked perplexed. Wait, no, you're only get in the way. That's my goal. There's no way for you to act out of line if you have to worry about someone like me. With that, she let out a grin, and even the professor's gone on missions to the dungeon before. I'm quite sure I'm in much better shape physically than him. The professor frowned hearing that, while the doctor's grin widened. If you agree that you'll put my safety first, then I'll vote in agreement. After all, protecting the frailest of them all would make it easier for them to make the decision to retreat if necessary. Then I'll go too. I can prepare the meals. Hell, if that's the case, we should just all go, you know, as the leaders of the Dawn. Muttered Chief. Slowly everyone moved to agreement. The leaders crossed his arms and went deep into thought. The professor and his assistant were needed for the expedition. The doctor and the chief could help in case of emergency. With Mother around, everyone's morale would get a healthy boost. The leader himself returned from many missions without suffering casualties, even with the frail professor around. Finally, the leader lowered his arms. Fine, we'll all go then, but we're going to put extra time into making sure this all goes well. And only after we have finally confirmed that there are no mayhem in there. Everyone agreed, and the expedition was made official. Now then, as the assistant began to speak, the sound of a baby crying came from the other side of the door in the laboratory. Oh my, she's awake. Mother stood up hurriedly and disappeared behind the door. Soon the crying stopped and a bright infant giggle could be heard. Oh, look at that smiling face. So yeah, that's the doctor, and the girl next to her is the mother. What timing? I suppose we should discuss a bit about that baby. There past the door was the baby whom the leader had found and brought back 2 years ago. The very infant who crushed the mayhem's head with her bare hands. The one with the glowing pink eyes. What the fuck? What's wrong with my capture card? Why is it acting weird? How odd. Alright, various studies have been conducted since that time. They discovered that the baby's physical powers and her voluntary increased exponentially when she was exposed to mayhem blood, and that it also turned her eyes pink. Why that happened was unknown, and all they could do was raise her like any other child. Did something happen? No, I thought she did learn her first words recently. Really? What did she say? The doctor clasped her hands together with joy. Ever since the city's fall, hardly anyone bore any children, so it was rare to have conversations of this nature. But the assistant's expression didn't reflect the joy the doctor was feeling. What did she say? The assistant didn't answer, so the leader repeated the question. Slowly, the assistant spoke. She said, "Granny, what big ears you have." Oh, look at that. Young Riding Hood. So cute. Anyway. Story 4. Oh my god. I wonder how long it's gonna take me to read all of this. Maybe I should stop once we reach... How many chapters is there? No, wait. Wrong button. Okay. I want to start by chapter 14. If I manage to get there. And I'm going to read the summary of the side story novel. And then I'll save chapter 15 for like another day. Maybe like... What do you call it? Yeah, I'm gonna save it for another day. Maybe when we go to finale, I'll just do some last minute reading. But yeah, let's go back to... Here, alright. Story 4. It had been 5 years since the city was devoured by the jail. Some who had lived in the city were taken captive to be tortured for the rest of their lives. Others were simply lost to the tragedy of war. Since the conception of the Liberation Front, the Dawn, casualties had decreased. But they still had yet to rescue those taken captive, and to liberate the city they once knew. But on that day, the people took a step towards their escape from the jail, hoping once again to see the light of the sun, to recapture the jail tower. The jail tower was a twisted tower that rose high into the air, stretching out towards the heavens. Amongst all the unearthly structures and transformations in the city, this tower stood far more ominously than the others. After extensive monitoring of the tower, the team discovered that no mayhem had been in the vicinity for a while. Members of the Dawn went in to confirm, exploring up to the third floor in search of any mayhem's existence. And just as expected, none were found. They decided to go higher into the tower to explore and see what lied beyond. They monitored the area for a year, and even then no mayhem were found, leading people to assume there were none inside. And now, with the Dawn assembling their forces into 3 units, each led by a sub-leader, they began their expedition into the tower. What's with these vines? Sir, we can't cut through them. A member of the expedition sighed, turning around with his rifle in hand. As expected, they didn't encounter a single mayhem, though. It didn't mean the expedition went smoothly. There was a number of traps and gimmicks drawing their progress. And now one unit was stopped by a door bounded by vines. The unit member tried to slice through them with his bayonet, but didn't even make a scratch. We should bring the professor here. The leader uses transceiver to contact the unit waiting on the floor below. In this unit was the professor and other key members waiting for the leader's clearance. Soon the professor made his way upstairs, and the leader gave a briefing on what was going on. And now we're stuck, so you mind checking it out? My dear assistants, could you do the honors? Gladly. The professor and his assistant approached the vines to inspect them. All the others could do was wait for the results, all the while keeping their minds sharp for any... Where's it? Dangers lurking nearby. The leader brought out his transceiver again and contacted the unit on the first floor. Status report. Sir, all is well. Even without... Even without any mayhem in the tower, it was possible that one could enter from outside. The unit on the first floor kept watch, and so far it seemed everything was quiet. This is a lot safer than I thought it could be. Thank goodness. Now then, how about some snacks? The doctor and mother both breathed sighs of relief. With no signs of immediate impending danger, it was hard to ask them to keep their guards up. You two. The leader approached them to ask that they stay cautious. When it looks like the vines were fused with chains, the professor raised himself from the ground. Many of the objects were corrupted and ended up merging with other objects. The reason the chains couldn't be cut was because it was fused with... The reason why the vine couldn't be cut was because it was fused with chains. Chains, I guess I'm up. Tired of waiting, the chief got up and opened his toolbox. He pulled up a hydraulic metal cutter and began cutting through the vines. His expertise was by far the most useful in their expedition. Soon, the vines made a snapping noise and fell off. Non-combatant troops in the unit moved back as others slowly opened the door. No mayhem could be seen. Good, let's go. With that, everyone crossed the threshold. Behind them, the professor was writing down something. As he crossed with the rest, the paper fell to the ground. The professor had been taking notes on various gimmicks and traps they encountered as they found their way through. Each scrap of paper drifted unceremoniously away from his attention. It was hard to imagine that one day a certain youth could come upon these memos left behind. However, that's a story for another time. Kind of foreshadowing, eh? But yeah, the expedition unit found a room unlike the others. The entrance bore a plate in the shape of a cherry blossom with the words "Cherry Blossom Room" inscribed onto it. It seemed that this place used to be a preschool. Wait, am I... Alright. The members who went inside immediately held their breath upon entering. What the... Inside was a large object, a seed as large as a person, but it had a surface that was red, slimy, and flesh-like. Multiple ducts that looked like roots or even vines connected it to the ground and walls. Is that a heart? No, maybe it's a plant bud. Even the professor didn't know what it was. His brow frowning, he looked upon it uncertain. But even though no one knew what it was, the same thought went through everyone's mind. It must be something important to the jail. My dear assistant, let us see what it truly is. Why, of course. The assistant leaped up and proceeded to bring out various tools of their trade. It seemed they were both intent on ensuring they knew exactly what it was. Will this take long, Professor? I can't say for sure, but it definitely won't be short. I figure as much. Alright then, we'll take a rest here. An air release spread throughout the room. Even without the mayhem, the constant worry of falling into traps and gimmicks as they climbed the tower were more than enough to take its toll on the unit. Well then, I suppose I can finally make myself useful. Mother happily lowered her large backpack. Inside was a portable stove, a large pot, and a large container filled with water. I was wondering what you got in there. Well, now it's better to enjoy food warm than cold, yes? The leader let out a sigh, to which Mother returned a smile. The retort pouches and canned food were distributed across the room. It didn't require any heating before consumption. Seeing this, the leader felt she had gone a bit too far in bringing supplies, but the fact that everyone could enjoy warm food with smiles on their face was worth it. Unbelievable. Well, come on everyone. Looks like our dear old mom here is going to warm up something nice. Everyone raised their voice in cheers. No one could argue against the chance to enjoy a hot meal. Now, you all just wait while I get the water warmed up. Mother placed the pot onto the portable stove and poured the water inside. She clicked the switch to light the fire, then when all of a sudden she felt a sharp pain. Look at that. Nice bonding picture. Sadly, the sentence that we just read, that is not gonna last long. No. But yeah, like, nice picture. There we go. Yep, didn't last long. Sad day. The bud lighting that the professor has been examining suddenly extended its ducts across the room like roots. Mother and a number of members hung in the air impaled. The leader froze and immediately snapped out of it. Retreat! The unit members hurriedly grabbed their weapons and ran out of the room. No one knew what was going on, but they all knew that they needed to get out immediately. Those near the non-combatants tried to protect them. Wait, I wasn't done examining the... Shut up and move. Do you want to die? Mother, we need to get her out of there. It's too late. Leader grabbed the professor, dragging him and the professor... The leader grabbed the professor and dragging him and the doctor out of the room. And so, the nightmare had begun. Begun. Sir, a mayhem. Ahead of them, deep in the darkness, was a single creature, a enormous mayhem standing in their way. It was far beyond the size of any human and was, with two terrifying horns growing from its head. An exoskeleton covered its necklace body, and its knuckles brushed against the ground, dragging a chainsaw that looks like it was made from flesh and bone. Fire at will now! The leader yelled in a steady voice. Everyone in the unit pulled their triggers at once. It wasn't the first time they had fought a mayhem this large. They were formidable, but with the group's numbers and the right weapons, they were able to defeat all of them. They were able to defeat them all. But, you gotta be kidding me. The color drained from everyone's faces. They fire at its head, its chest, its abdomen, its arms and legs. They fire hundreds of rounds into it. All of them hit the target. Why? Why isn't it dead yet? The large mayhem creeped closer, bringing with it a moving shroud of darkness. They encountered tough mayhem before, but all have died after a few rounds to the head. Yet this mayhem wasn't showing any signs of damage. Instead, it lurched forward as if nothing was happening. Hold your fire, everyone, run now. The leader immediately ordered the units to stop shooting and to escape through a different route. A deep primal instinct was telling them that they shouldn't face it. They ran. All the while, they were protecting the professor, the doctor, and the others. Eventually, their luck ran out. Ahead of them, a horde of mayhem appeared. Impossible. What in the world is the ground unit doing? Why didn't they let us know? The leader yelled at the top of his lungs, but to no avail. The ground unit on the first floor has been attacked by the mayhem and was completely obliterated. Fire. He had no other choice. The units fire all their rounds. They feared their bullets wouldn't have any effect, but fortunately, the artillery was still working. But this time, the mayhem kept coming. Each kill, the mayhem would take one down with them, and slowly the unit numbers dwindled. We need to save the injured members. Let me. What are you doing? Stay put. The doctor tried to move towards a injured member, and the leader grabbed her arm to stop her. The doctor turned her head and looked into the leader's eyes. Just then, a mayhem bit the doctor in half in front of the leader. Please. That was the last word the doctor uttered. The leader's mind went dark. Inside, he felt a burning anger rising. My bad. To the point where he felt as if he could burn to ashes. He wanted to cry at the top of his lungs and shoot blindly into the crowd, but his mission and his role as leader prevented him from doing so. His mission, the Dawn's mission, was to lead everyone out of the jail and to bring them out under the sun. In order to do that, they needed to get out alive. Someone had to make it back. His priority was to save the people. A quiet calm came over him as he forced himself to focus. Protect the professor. Protect him with all your life. The professor was the one who had been conducting research on the jail and the mayhem this whole time. His knowledge and wisdom were irreplaceable. In order to save the people, the professor would need to be saved first. Hearing their orders, the unit took action to save the professor. The leader fired into the mayhems to secure an escape route, all the while grinding his teeth, with tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Save the professor, get him out of here alive. On that day, all but one of the Dawn expedition members perished. Yeah, poor doctor. Look at her. Meet her tragic end. Wait, did I miss any pages? I don't think I did. I'm just gonna double check for sure. Yeah, I didn't miss any. Alright. Good to know. Story 5. Okay, we're like almost there. We're just halfway there. Oh my god. At the Dawn headquarters during this time were members who remained behind from the expedition. Everyone waited anxiously, believing that good news would be brought back, but on that day, no one returned. They knew it wouldn't be a one-day journey, and they prayed that everyone would be safe. But their prayers went unanswered. The next evening, a man was brought into the rescue center. He had been badly wounded and had a huge gash across his right eye. The bandage wrapped around his face was covered in blood. This isn't good. We need to get you in bed now. No one else was there, as the doctor had gone with the others on the expedition. No one except a young girl who looked up to the doctor sought to become just like her. Though just a teenager, she had already learned basic medical procedures from her mentor. As she began removing the man's bandages, he held her hand at bay and began to speak in a weak voice. "I'm fine. Can you please bring each substitute from all the divisions here now?" The inspiring nurse looked at him in bewilderment. When the leaders of the Dawn division weren't present, the substitute became the acting leaders. What did he mean by gathering them here? "What are you talking about, mister? Who are you?" The man spoke in a frail voice. "I'm one of the key members of the Dawn, the professor." A surprised look appeared on her face. The professor was the primary member responsible for conducting extensive research on the jail and the mayhem. A person who held an important role in providing information on how to defeat them and how to escape from the jail. Being that the professor never left his laboratory, this was the first time she had ever met him in person. "You're the professor. What happened to the expedition team? Where's everyone? If he was here, what about the others? Did they return already?" The professor spoke, pained. "The expedition failed. Everyone, myself excluded, has died." "What?" The girl couldn't process what he was saying. "The leader, the doctor, my assistant, chief, and mother, everyone died. Everyone put their lives in front of mine to let me escape." "You're lying. If only it were a lie." "That can't be possible. The doctor said there were no mayhem in the jail tower. She said that everyone would come back safe." "Mister, you must be lying. You're probably not even the professor." But yeah, there's text up here. I see, so you don't know me. I should have spent more time with everyone." With a deep sigh, the professor shook his head. The girl wasn't sure whatever, shit. I can't talk. I'm losing, my ability to speak while I'm doing this. The girl wasn't sure whether he was speaking the truth or not, but in either case, she didn't want to believe what he said. Regardless, I need you to gather all the substitutes together. I'll explain more then, and I'm sure one of them can provide. Well, sorry. I'm sure one of them can prove who I am for you. Explain what? Everything I saw inside that tower, how everyone was killed, and the professor clenching his bloody bandage wrapped around his right arm. About Snark. But we all know who Snark is, and we already know what this nightmare is. This is the jail-based nightmare and such. But like, yeah, I like how he's like drawn in this way. Like, it has like a weird, what do you call it, otherworldly like feel to it. Like the way how it's drawn, it's really good. I like it a lot. Save the professor. Get him out of here alive. The professor could hear the leader's voice. In front of him were a horde of mayhem. Behind them was an enormous mayhem covered in darkness. It only took a moment for the leader to decide where to head. Concentrate your fire on the smaller mayhem. Use all the ammo you have got. Secure an escape route. Following his orders, the units proceeded to fire their bullets into the mayhems while protecting the professor. The smaller mayhem fell easily. Soon a path opened up through the horde. Path secure. Get the professor out of the tower. I'll man the rear. The unit followed his orders, and with that, the leader turned around. Slowly but surely, the giant mayhem closed in. The leader fired his rounds at the mayhem's feet, looking to topple the mayhem over as the base of its feet was much narrower than its body. As planned, the mayhem lost its balance and trembled to the ground. It looked as if it was trying to get up, but the narrow corner seemed to make it that difficult. Now was his chance. All he had to do was to get rid of the other mayhem to make a run for it. But then the darkness around the giant mayhem, turned and head towards the leader. Sensing danger, he quickly turned and yelled at his men, "Run, it's coming." The darkness spread its arms immediately over the unit, consuming everyone whole. What the? One of the unit's limbs were covered in darkness, and then the limb disappeared. No, the darkness covered various parts of the troop's body, which vanished as well. Blood and innards began to fall out, spraying blood onto the ground. The screams of agony from the unit came from everywhere. What are you? The leader let out a meaningless choir into the darkness. No mayhem had ever responded back to humans until now. My name is Mark. I am the Bujin. So answered the darkness. And then the leader was consumed. I do have like a fun fact about the whole like my name is Snark and I am the Bujin. So in the poem of The Hunting of the Snark, which that's where the name Snark comes from. This poem called The Hunting of the Snark, which was made by the author of Alice in Wonderland. So in that poem, we have a bunch of people looking for this creature called Snark. They don't tell us what it is. Like, they don't show us what the creature looked like. The characters in the poem are like describing it, and they're like, oh, we want to hunt this down and whatnot. But they never really give us any detail on what the thing actually looks like. And at a certain point of the poem, they explain that there's a Bujin, and a Bujin is a dangerous type of Snark, but they never really, fully explain it and such. That's why we have this line about my name is Snark, I am the Bujin. The Bujin, this is like a reference to the poem and such. But yeah, and so I and a few others somehow made it to the floor below, but more mayhem lay in wait there, and the remaining unit protected me and fought to let me escape. Unfortunately, none of them made it out except for me. After hearing the professor's story, the substitute paled in fear and disbelief. But if that monster is still out there, we're all doomed. What's going on? What did we do to deserve this? So what are we going to do now that everyone's dead? Despair reigned all over the room. The key members were the very hope of the dawn, and the loss of them equated to losing any opportunity of escape and from ever seeing the sun again. Amidst the despair, only the professor held his head up. We will rebuild the dawn. Speechless, the substitute looked up at him. God, I really am getting a little winded from all this reading. This is only like 4 chapters. We only been through 4 chapters. Anyway, speechless, the substitute looked up at him. We will select talent with oh fuck, Lord. I'm feeling winded. Hold on. Exceptional powers and skills. They will carry on the torch and continue what the key members have done for us. We will rebuild the dawn anew. None said a word of agreement. Their bodies and hearts were heavy, and none had the will to face the mayhem again. Indeed, they were all without hope. Still, the professor continued, I underestimate the mayhem. We humans were not ready to face them yet. Understanding that, I will continue my research on them. The professor reached inside his tattered robe and pulled out a bottle the size of his hand. Inside was a flesh-like goo. This is a sample I was able to bring back from the tower. Analyzing this will surely push our studies to the next level. We will find a way to face the mayhem and face the jail tower once again. The matter inside the bottle was a sample taken from the seed inside the preschool. In all honesty, I had very little interest in others. My sole focus was the jail and mayhem. And now, those who may not have had much interest in my research have given up their lives for me. Have given up their lives for me so that I could help save humanity. The professor bowed his head. I will build the dawn again. I'll ask for your cooperation. A year passed, and the professor did succeed in rebuilding the dawn. He sought out and brought together people with courage and resolve. Instead of closing himself off in the laboratory, he aggressively approached people like never before. That sounds like that great for him. Like remember in the game, we're told that the professor kind of stays in his laboratory and whatnot, and even the start of the prequel novel, we're told that he never leaves his laboratory. But now, like, this professor is actually going outside talking to people. That's kind of funny when you think about it. But yeah, he aggressively approached people like never before. His efforts paid off. The members of the dawn were now equal to or perhaps even stronger than those before them. All the knowledge of the original members were utilized to improve the lives of the people. The will to live was also reborn amongst the citizens who had nearly given up after hearing about the expedition failure. The professor's research had shown great progress and brought about a significant number of new theories on the jail and the mayhem. One of them was in regards to the seed in the preschool classroom. The theory was that it was like the heart of the jail and the mayhem, providing them with nourishment. It seemed as if there was at least one of them in each of the dungeons, and the assumption was that destroying them would prevent the generation of any further mayhem. The professor called these seed-like objects cores. Next, he theorized that the giant mayhem that appeared in the tower was there to protect the core, and that it was also receiving nourishment from it. As such, the giant mayhem could couldn't be killed unless the core was destroyed first. The professor called these giant mayhem nightmares, and finally he theorized that the jail tower feed off of the blood from the mayhem and the nightmares. Wait, the feed off of the blood from the mayhem and the nightmares. When their blood came in contact with the jail tower, the tower grew, and hopefully it could keep growing until it broke through the membrane covering the city so that the people could escape to the surface. Of course, these were only theories, and the professor knew that proving them would only be possible under one condition. That condition? Someone or something would need to be able to destroy the mayhem, destroy the cores, kill the nightmares, and shed their blood. The professor knew too well that no normal human could do so. In that case, the Dawn headquarters inside the laboratory, inside the giant testing cage made from Dick strengthening acrylic, was a small-sized mayhem that has been caught by the Dawn. It looked very weak. Outside of the cage was the professor and a girl around the age of 6. That girl was the baby whom the deceased leader found, and who had been raised by the Dawn. "I'm ready, Dad," the girl raised her voice with spirit. But yeah, this photo right here is just like, all the substitute talking to the, quote-unquote professor, and he explaining his story and such, and showing a sample of the core that he was able to get. The professor handed her a test tube. Inside was a pink liquid. That liquid... liquid. Why the fuck did I pronounce liquid so differently? Was a pink liquid. That liquid... a merchant's blood. Mayhem blood. The girl quickly drank it. Her eyes then turned pink, and at the corner of her mouth rose... And the corner of her mouth rose as she let out a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. She felt power surging throughout her body. Good, you're ready. The professor opened the entrance chamber to the cage. Once she was inside, the professor closed the door behind her and opened the door to the mayhem. The mayhem shuffled, seeing her come in. Even if it was weak, it still could kill a young girl without any effort. As expected, haha, take this. The girl grabbed the mayhem with her bare hands, slamming it against the ground. The mayhem twitched, to which the girl responded by stomping on it with all her might. The mayhem splattered, flinging pink blood all over the cage. Dad, I did it. How did I do? Well done. The professor smiled with warmth at the girl. You're a very good girl, Red Riding Hood. Someone or something would need to be able to kill the mayhem, destroy the cores, kill the nightmares, and shed their blood. The professor called her a blood maiden. Look at that. It's another picture of young Red Riding Hood. So adorable. What chapter? Okay. We're at 6 chapters. How long has it been? Almost 2 hours. Huh. Alright. I want to take this as an opportunity to let my voice rest and get some water. And also a bathroom break, so I'll be right back. And I'll probably change the music as well. So I'm going to do all of that first, and then I'll think of what kind of music I should play while reading this. Hmm? Oh, hey, Gwen. How are you? I just took like a water break. I've been reading this for like almost 2 hours. And we're only at chapter 6. There's like... Okay, there's 15 chapters, but I'm just gonna read 14 of them. Because I feel like the 15th chapter, I will save that for like another day. And such, but like, yeah, oh my god. I feel tired. Like, I literally feel really winded from reading all of this. We're only at chapter 6. There's so much dialogue, and I accidentally, like, missaid a lot of things. Oh, I'm doing good, man. I missed a lot, huh? Well, yeah, kind of. Like, wait, wrong button. I would say you only missed, like, 6 chapters. I mean, the 6 chapters go into, like, a lot of detail and such. Like, chapter 1 is about how the jail first formed. And such, what life was before the jail came. Like, look at this. Look at this peaceful family. Just looking at a starry night sky. That's totally not foreshadowing in any way possible. And such. And, like, this is what happened when the jail actually, like, you know, the seed of the jail landed to the ground. It just started to infect everything. Like, look at this chaos. Really good art. I love it a lot. And then we have the jail tower. And this is what normal human life is like in the jail. Just getting captured by humans. I'm sorry, getting captured by mayhem. And just having a good old, bonding session with them. And then this is one of the key members of the Dawn. Her name is the Professor. They don't actually give us, like, their actual name. We're just told what their title is and everything. But yeah, this is the Professor. I mean, this is the Doctor, my bad. Not the Professor. This is the Doctor. The Professor was not a cute girl. And then this is, like, Red Riding Hood when she was just born. Like, this is literally just, like, when she was born immediately. This picture is, like, all 6 key members of the Dawn, like, having a meeting together. And such, like, if you want to know what the 6 members are, they're called the Professor, the Assistant, the Chief, the Mother, the Doctor, and the Leader. That's all 6 members here. And then we have the Doctor again, just with a nice smile on her face. The girl next to her is the Mother. And then we have Red Riding Hood, where I think at this point she's like 2 years old, question mark. I think that's what the game, like, this is what this chapter, like, explained how old she was. Like, she was like either 2 years old when this when in this picture or something, or maybe 4, I don't know. Oh, like, the way how time works in the prequel novel is really confusing. They don't really specify, like, how long it's been. Like, there are occasions where they're like, oh, it's been like 5 years or 6 years and such, but they never, like, fully, like, explain, like, the actual proper timeline type of thing. It's up to us, the fans, to figure out how long it's been. And look, we have more wholesome pictures with everyone in the dawn, just having like a chill time in the jail tower. Yeah, this picture right here, they're in the jail tower. They're just having a party because they're like, oh, there's no mayhem here, so let's just like relax and do research on the tower. And all of that disappears. When they found the core, and then the core just decided to sprout its vines everywhere. And then this is the doctor in her last moments in life. She actually gets eaten in half and whatnot. And then we get this in, we get the drawing of the tower-based nightmare. And honestly, I do like it a lot because of like how it's drawn. It makes it feel like it's really alien, like it's from like another world. I really like how it's drawn. Is there another photo? Oh yeah, this photo is with the quote-unquote professor returning from the expedition and like, you know, gathering up the remaining members of the Dawn. And he's like, oh, everyone died. I'm the only one left, but I got a sample of the core. And we're gonna rebuild the Dawn. The art style looks really cool in the novel for real. Yeah, it does. I really like it a lot. It really has like a nice, distinct, like, feel to it. Like, the way how it's being drawn. Like, it makes it feel like, oh wow, it's kind of like a fairy tale book in a sense. Like, the use of, like, color and, like, I think they use a lot of brush strokes in some of the parts. Yeah, it really looks cool. And then we have Red Riding Hood at, like, I think she's 6 years old in this picture. Like, look at her, all smiley and happy. Yeah, I think she's 6 years old according to this chapter. Hold on. Yeah, I think she's like around 6. Alright. But yeah, you kind of missed a lot. Well, I would say for the first 5 chapters, you just learn a lot about the jail. Like, how the first years of the jail was like, with the whole, like, you know, Dawn coming together to form their units and, like, trying to make sure humanity survives and whatnot. And then you get to see, like, the expedition team fail and everything. That's essentially what you miss for the first 5 chapters and such. But, like, yeah, we're at chapter 6 now. This is the most important event because, like, this does play a major role in Red's overall character development, but also serves as a nice, I guess, foreshadowing for future events in the actual games. But yeah, story 6. Let's go. I do apologize. I will make a lot of errors, and that's mostly because, like, I tend to accidentally read ahead, so that caused me to realize that, oh wait, I skipped a sentence, or accidentally say something wrong. But yeah, story 6. Red Riding Hood didn't know when or where she came from. No, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Okay, thank you, Gwen. She had only ever known the Dawn, and that she was raised in the laboratory by the professor and other Dawn members. According to the professor, she spoke her first words at the age of 4. She said, "Granny, what big ears you have." Red Riding Hood had no memory of this at all. But what was interesting was that no matter who she spoke to, she never shown any signs of interest. That is until she called herself Red Riding Hood, which remains her name to this day. When Red Riding Hood was first found by the Dawn, she was about 2 years old. The now deceased leader had made her birthday the day he found Red Riding Hood. From that day, 8 years had passed. Happy 10th birthday, Red Riding Hood. Thanks, everyone. Red Riding Hood blew out the candles on her birthday cake. The adults around her started to clap. So, can I eat it? Of course, we made it just for you. Yay, thanks Miko. Time for Din Din. Din Din. Red Riding Hood happily bit into her pink cake. Of course, it wasn't a normal kind of cake. Eggs, sugar, and milk were all rare commodities now. So this cake was made of common ingredients such as water and wheat. And this wheat only became common after years of agriculture research and hands-on cultivation. So sweet, it's delicious. Red Riding Hood let out a smile, tasting a sweetness that was quite rare at that point. Contrasting. Her bright smile and a frown came across the face of a person behind her. The bespectacled female in a white robe was Miko. Despite being only 18, she was a highly talented rescue center staff member. Wheat cake, let's go. Yeah. I kind of wish they show us what the cake looks like, but for what they describe, it does look good. Learning medical science under the tutelage of the professor, and she also studied the jail and the mayhem extensively. The reason why Miko looked away from Red Riding Hood's smile was because she knew what else was used to make the cake. An obvious fact, as Miko was the one who baked it. So the question was, how could the cake be so sweet? How could the cake be sweet if sugar was a rarity? The answer to that was the very reason why she couldn't look at Red Riding Hood's smile. As for the professor, he gazed fondly at Red Riding Hood, enjoying her cake. After waiting a bit, he began to speak. Red Riding Hood, we have something else for you today. Really, what? So yeah, like, judging by Miko's reaction, it's kind of obvious that the cake was made with mayhem blood, like, as a substitute for sugar. That's why the cake was sweet tasting. It was made by mayhem blood. So yeah, delicious bloody cake, like, quite literally. Haru? Yeah, Haru, as the professor called him, was a man in his 30s with shaggy hair and an eye patch over his right eye. Haru was brought on board the Dawn during its rebuilding progress. His technical skills placed him in the maintenance unit, where he was in charge of general services and maintenance. He had a very rough and unfriendly look on his face, but he was definitely not as he appeared. Here you go. What's this? Haru handed a large wrapped present to Red Riding Hood. She tore it open excitedly, and whoa! Look at how big it is. Yeah, the pink color was a huge thing. Yeah, it is. Like, the moment they mentioned, like, it's pink color, and like Miko's just like looking down at it and whatnot, you're kind of like, yeah, it was made with a different method than usual. Red Riding Hood held in her hands a pair of black scissors with white blades so large that they were as big as her body. She started to make cutting noises with the blades. Red Riding Hood, Haru made that special weapon just for you. With it, you can kill more mayhem than ever before. Hearing the professor's words brought a glimmer to her eyes. Mayhem, bad guys who capture and torture humans. But yeah, yay, look at this. She got her first weapon, a pair of scissors, at the age of 10 years old. Everyone looks happy, except for Miko. She's kind of just unimpressed. They look so goofy in the background. Well, yeah. I think that was the intent. It was supposed to like make it look lighthearted and whatnot, even though, you know, we're in the jail. That's not a wholesome place to be in. But yeah, it's kind of nice to see the professor actually acting nice. Like, he's actually a nice person. And such, like, it's kind of interesting to actually see him, like, you know, be a nice person than, like, you know, the sussy one we got in the main game. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, exactly. I love this prequel novel a lot. It does a really good job in the world building and everything. Like, Glenn, if you ever get the opportunity to read it, I do recommend reading it after you beat the game. And if you're wondering, like, is there a way for me to get access to this? Yes, you can. You can actually read the first game's prequel novel in the Mary Skelter 2 official website. It's actually available to, like, for you to, like, download and, like, read it and everything. You can also get access to it if you buy Finale, because Finale not only comes with, like, Finale, but it comes with 2 side games. It comes with both prequel novels of Mary Skelter 1 and 2, and it has a function called Before Story, where essentially they decided to import all of the story cutscenes from the first 2 games and just make it into a visual novel with no voice acting, and they just plug it into Finale. So essentially, Finale has like a lot of content in it. And such, but let's continue reading. Enemies I have to kill. Oh, that's nice to know, thanks. Oh, no problem, Gwen. Like, I really do like the amount of love and care that the Mary Skelter creators did for this franchise, because it's really clear by, like, the amount of content you get in each of the games and how they made a lot of the side material readily available, except for, like, one side content that's actually important to this overall story, but I'm gonna get into that tangent much later into the stream. But, yeah, a lot of the side content is wonderful, and the fact that they made it accessible to everyone really easily is just an icing on the cake, if you ask me. It's wonderful. But yeah, let's continue on. Dad, I want to use this now. Dad, I've been following your channel since first stream, huh? A month has already passed. Wow. Yeah, it's been a month. Like, I'm kind of surprised. And such. I feel like we did a lot of progress within this month. Like, I was able to stream Mary Skelter. I was able to, like, talk to everyone, including you, making a lot of friends in the progress and everything. Sorry, not gonna interrupt you for now. Oh, it's fine, Gwen. I don't mind every small interruption, because, like, that gives me a break from reading, and you can already tell that my throat is, like, killing me right now. I'm literally losing my throat as I'm, like, reading this out loud. But yeah, if you're wondering how I'm actually, like, reading this prequel novel to you, I'm using Finale right now. Like, if you go to the bonus menu in Finale, you get to this page called Novels, and it has both Mary Skelter 1 prequel novel and Mary Skelter 2 prequel novel. And such. But yeah, this is a small peek of Finale, and honestly, I love this game a lot. But when we get there, you're gonna see me you're just gonna see me, like, absolutely fangirl over it. But yeah, let's go back to where I was at. Yeah, right here. Also, I hope the music isn't getting annoying, because as much as I love the title screen music for Finale, it does kind of get grating sometimes because of the loop. But yeah, okay. Now, calm down. You don't have to use it now, do you? Nope. I want to use it now, today. The professor had told Red Riding Hood what the mayhem were and why the people here were living deep underground. She was raised knowing what she had to do. Her purpose was to kill the mayhem and use their blood to make the tower grow, so that it could break through to the surface for everyone to escape. Oh my god, I need to move my layout real quick. Ow, arm. Ow, my back. Oh, God. I don't mind, but you can put whatever music you want instead. Yeah, I would say when we reach maybe chapter 7 or 8, I'll like turn off the music and just play some random music I have on my PC. Sounds good. Okay, good. We're all in agreement. All right. Let's see. Break through the surface for everyone to escape. When Red Riding Hood first heard about this, she wholeheartedly accepted. Yes, she was born to put an end to the mayhem. That was something that came to her very naturally. Take it down a notch, will ya? It's still a prototype. I still need to make improvements on it after a few test runs. Well then, all we have to do is use it, right? Sorry, I need to pull. Yep, there. I can defeat more mayhem than ever before. The pounding of Red Riding Hood's blood in her veins seemed to agree. It was no time to be enjoying cake. Red Riding Hood was ready to test out the scissors. Was ready to test the scissors out. Seeing her resolve, the professor sighed, then offered a suggestion. I suppose it can't be helped. Maybe you can go to the aquarium then. That area should be fine, as long as you don't go in too deep. The city used to have an aquarium that had since been corrupted by the jail. Inside were former exhibits now turned into mayhem. Most of the aquatic life there were small and needed to remain inside the tanks to survive. The larger mayhem that could move outside the tanks were only confirmed deeper in the aquarium. So the professor's suggestion was fitting. Haru, can you select a few from our forces to accompany her? Yeah. I can go and test it out then. Yes. Sorry, why yes? But you need to listen to Haru. Don't go too deep inside. And if you encounter any large mayhem or a nightmare, run. Most of all, don't try to face Snark, right? Got it, Snark. The unknown being that decimated the Dawn's expedition team 5 years before. The professor theorized that Snark was the leader of the mayhem for as long as Red Riding Hood could remember. He had been telling her to never face Snark, saying that not even a blood maiden could beat whatever it was. Be careful out there, you are, of course, my precious daughter. Yep, see you later. Wait up, you red-hooded idiot. He just told you to listen to me. I'm not an idiot. Let me go. Haru dragged the excited Red Riding Hood by the collar out of the room and selected several members to accompany them. After seeing them both leave, Miko spoke coldly to the professor. I believe it's still too early for her to go. If she's really is precious to you, then say no more. It can't be helped. We need her power in order for us humans to be truly liberated from the jail. The professor leaned on his cane, dragging his right foot and touching the hidden scar on his right eye behind his long hair. So after Red Riding Hood, the next one is, yes, I'm sure we will continue to find more, but for now, the professor and Miko look towards the door, leading deeper into the laboratory. 8, 9, 10. In the open area right inside the aquarium was Red Riding Hood, slicing away at the fish-shaped mayhem with her scissors. Hehe, super. She could hardly feel any resistance as the scissors cut through their bodies. Blood splattered all over her, with each splash shine a flash of pink again in her eyes. Red Riding Hood licked the pink blood off of her cheeks, a mesmerized expression on her face. Mayhem blood was sweet. Hey, don't go too far in. I know, but Hearing Haru's voice from near the entrance, Red Riding Hood responded, but then stopped mid-sentence. She heard something down the hallway. Something there. Something's there. With that, she ran towards the sound. Wait. Red Riding Hood, come back. She ignored Haru's voice and ran deeper into the aquarium. I know, I heard it, a person's voice. After a few dark corners were turned, she came across a room covered in pink marching blood. Mayhem blood. Why do I keep calling it marching? Because, like, okay, here's the thing. I played the game in English sometimes, and they pronounce mayhem as marching, like you're marching, or like a Martian from Mars. So I think because of me, like, rehearing the English dub made me accidentally pronounce it that way instead of mayhem. And such, but like, yeah, she came across a room covered in pink mayhem blood. Inside the room were 10 or so medium-sized mayhem surrounding a girl on the ground, ready to attack. Hold it right there. Red Riding Hood charged into them, swinging her scissors along the way. 1, 2, 3, Red Riding Hood cut them down one by one. But there were too many and... Oh, look at this. I like this shot. She's fighting a bunch of fishies. Oh. OBS, what's wrong with you? So yeah, like... I like how the fish mayhem are just fish with legs. Like, they don't even have like human legs. They just have like these weird little like stump legs. Like, it's just a line. It's like something you can doodle. But yeah, wait a minute. I need to double check something. Let's see. And soon the tables turned. She wouldn't make it at this rate. Then all of a sudden, large amount of blood burst out of the mayhem's neck, covering her completely. Ah. Haha, good practice for Red Riding Hood though. Yeah, it is. It is good practice. Blood surged into her heart with a pound, and then the pink in Red Riding Hood's eyes intensified. Her hair slowly turned white, and from her head came out wolf ears, and from her rear a tail. They were glowing pink. Ha 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 ha! Die die die! With a maddened expression, Red Riding Hood swung her scissors with brute force. Each swing lopped off the mayhem's limbs, slicing them in half from top to bottom, and spilled their insides all over the ground. Soon, all the mayhem were dead, and her pink-covered ears and tails vanished, and her hair returned to normal. After regaining her calm, Red Riding Hood ran towards the fallen girl. Hey, are you alright? She raised the girl from the ground. Huh? Red Riding Hood was suddenly taken aback. The girl was covered in blood, so there was no way to tell from afar, but the eyes looked back at Red Riding Hood's were glowing pink. The girl's long hair was white, and out from her tattered clothes, her legs showed covered in what seems to be pink scales. It hurts. It really hurts. The girl spoke softly in a weak voice. It looked like it wasn't only the mayhem's blood that was on her. She was bleeding badly from the attack as well. It's going to be alright. We'll get you back and get Miko to patch you up. There was a lot of questions in Red Riding Hood's mind, but it wasn't the time to be asking them. She began walking with the girl in her arms. Looking up at Red Riding Hood, the girl asked timidly, "Who are you? Are you my dear sister?" "Me? I'm Red Riding Hood. And you are?" Being called sister made Red Riding Hood really happy. She responds with the brightest and kindest voice she could offer. The girl tilted her head, almost as if she was unsure of the answer, but a certain name came to mind. "Me? I'm Little Mermaid. Look at that. We have Red Riding Hood with Little Mermaid. It's a blood maiden. Of course, we never see Little Mermaid in the actual game, and there's a good reason why. But yeah, like, look at that. So happy and cute, even though, like, Mermaid's badly injured and whatnot, but look at this. So cute. What's wrong with my OBS? I'll worry about it later. Pink blood splattered the walls, growing duller as the walls absorb it. Red Riding Hood carried the injured girl named Little Mermaid, walking out of the room covered in dead mayhems. Her first priority was bringing Little Mermaid back to the Dawn to see the professor and Miko. Her injuries needed to be taken care of, and maybe she could be. Red Riding Hood looked at Little Mermaid, limped in her arms. Her eyes were still glowing pink, her long hair still remained white. The scale along her legs were still glowing pink, too. Red Riding Hood knew who she looked like herself. Every time Red Riding Hood drank mayhem blood or was covered in it, her eyes would turn pink, her hair would go white. She would grow pink ears and a pink tail. After that, a growing power wait. Oh god. Percolated from deep within. The professor called this state an awakening. This was exactly how Little Mermaid looked at the moment. Say, are you by any chance a blood maiden? Is that why you were fighting those mayhem? Little Mermaid blinked in bewilderment at Red Riding Hood's question. Blood maiden. Mayhem. Mayhem are those monsters that were back there. Weren't you fighting them too? Everyone was bullying me, and I wanted it to stop, so I pushed one of them back and it bumped into a spike. Pink blood came out, and some went on me. Next thing I knew, I was battling them. Red Riding Hood's suspicions were confirmed. That was the awakening after all. But there were too many, and they kept hurting me. I thought I should just let myself die. And then you came, dear sister. Little Mermaid curled closer to Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood blushed, knowing that she not only saved her, but she's also being relied upon like a sister. It's fine now. Big sister is gonna get us out of here. Okay, thank you, dear sister. Now then, let's head on back to the Dawn. The Dawn? It's where I call home. There's Dad, Miko, Haru, and everyone. We'll get you patched up in a jiffy. Red Riding Hood spoke in a gentle tone to keep Little Mermaid calm, but she knew better than to let her guard down. A normal aquarium would have been made to allow plenty of space for people to walk around. It wouldn't be very integrated? Yeah, integrated. Integrate. Wait, fuck. Fuck, wait. Intricate. However, the jail's infection of the aquarium had created a labyrinth with the corners and hallways twisted, leading down various paths to dead ends. Oh yeah, I forgot. there's an actual like sentence missing here that I think they forgot to like put back when they were like putting this into finale. So I need to go grab my actual physical book to look for that line real quick. Hold on. You even have a physical book? Yeah, I bought the limited edition version of Finale. And the okay, since it's a limited edition, they give you all sorts of bonus goodies and such. But one of those bonus goodies is that they give you hard copies of the 3 prequel novels for all of the games. So I have a hard copy of the first game's prequel novel, the hard copy of the second game's prequel novel, and a hard copy of Finale's prequel novel. And what's interesting is that the hard copy for Finale's prequel novel actually has a bonus chapter that's not in the website. And I believe someone actually scanned pictures of that chapter and posted it somewhere in GameFAQs. So if you're like interested in like in that bonus chapter, if you like ever read it and such and finished Finale, I do recommend looking for it so that you can read that final chapter. That's so cool. You're like a Mary Skelter scholar, dude. Oh, thank you, Gwen. I just really like this franchise a lot. I just happen to collect a lot of like stuff related to Mary Skelter that involves like limited edition stuff, and like I really want to buy the visual art book that's only in Japan. Like it's only in Japan, and I'm trying to look for like a good deal to like buy it and such. Like I really want to buy it and everything. But yeah. Let me go, like, look for that part real quick. Okay, I find it. So I'm just gonna read it out loud, and maybe I'll type it in chat if I'm able to write it quickly. Hold on. When Red Riding Hood ran into the room... I forgot, I accidentally mic'd the microphone. When Red Riding Hood ran into the room where Little Mermaid was, it didn't look carefully where she was going, and so she was unsure of exactly where she was. She was, in simple terms, lost. Hey, Haru! Red Riding Hood, where are you? Deep from within the corner, she heard Haru's voice, but the walls echoed, making it difficult to tell where exactly it was coming from. I guess this way. But yeah, yay, we have like a picture of Red Riding Hood getting lost. She felt like it was coming from one corner in particular and headed deeper in. Fish monsters. Dangerous? Don't worry. The words Little Mermaid uttered were weak and frail. Her injuries might have been worse than expected, and her awakened state also bothered Red Riding Hood. Usually all she had to do was kill Mayhem to return back to normal. Red Riding Hood's hair wasn't white. Her eyes lost their pink color. Her ears and tails were gone, too. So then, why wasn't Little Mermaid back to her normal self? In any case, Red Riding Hood needed to find Haru and get Little Mermaid back to the dawn as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, she turned the corner and all of a sudden, someone punched her in the face, and Red Riding Hood fell to the ground with Little Mermaid in her arms. She raised her head only to meet face to face with a number of fish-like humanoid creatures. All of them? Sorry, can you wait over here, Little Mermaid? Dear sister. Red Riding Hood lowered Little Mermaid to the ground and pulled out her scissors. That punch to the face had drawn red blood from her nose and mouth. Red Riding Hood was still in shock from the sudden hit and couldn't face the mayhem as well as she normally did. They landed hit after hit on her, and soon she was covered not in pink mayhem blood but her own. Dear sister, I'm okay. Let big sister handle this. Hearing Red Riding Hood force herself to speak drew tears to... Hearing Red Riding Hood force herself to speak brought tears to Little Mermaid's eyes. One of the mayhem slipped past Red Riding Hood and charged towards Little Mermaid on the ground. Don't touch her! Red Riding Hood spun around and impaled the mayhem with her scissors. She opened them with all her might to split the mayhem in half. Just in the nick of time, the scissors drew the mayhem from the inside, and blood gushed out, covering Little Mermaid's body in pink blood. Red Riding Hood immediately turned back to face the other mayhems, but didn't notice, Little Mermaid, now covered in mayhem blood, opened her eyes and began to convert. Wait, converse. Wait, convert? No. Convulse. Convulse, letting out a shrill. God damn it, my mouth. Pain cried. And that's that. Having awakened a second time in battle from the mayhem blood, Red Riding Hood was able to kill the very last one with ease. She turned around. Little Mermaid, are you alright? Red Riding Hood immediately noticed that something was wrong. But what was it? Little Mermaid still had her pink eyes, white hair, pale skin. Wait, pale skin? Usually Red Riding Hood could only see legs sticking out of those tattered clothes. But now Little Mermaid's upper torso was nearly naked, and her bottom half, Red Riding Hood couldn't believe her eyes. Little Mermaid's legs were still there, only now they had merged into something like a fishtail. Little Mermaid had taken on a form true to her name, and then it happened. Little Mermaid leaped towards Red Riding Hood and bit down on her leg. Ow, what are you doing, Little Mermaid? She tried to kick her off, but the power Little Mermaid exhibited was too much to handle. Little Mermaid grabbed Red Riding Hood's waist and brought her down. She removed her teeth from Red Riding Hood's leg and bit down upon her stomach. Stop it, it hurts, Little Mermaid. Red Riding Hood's please went unheard. Little Mermaid couldn't stop. She flapped her fish tail and leveraged herself to sink her nails into Red Riding Hood's arms, and then moved to bite into her neck. In Little Mermaid's eyes, Red Riding Hood could see a general intention to kill her. No! It was simply impulse. Red Riding Hood thrust the scissors out in front of her. The blade impaled Little Mermaid's chest. What? Red Riding Hood began to tremble, seeing what she had done. Little Mermaid opened her eyes wide and looked down towards her chest. Dear sister, she mumbled in bewilderment, then looked straight into Red Riding Hood's eyes, and then Little Mermaid died. She wasn't a mayhem, she was definitely a blood maiden. Haru brought the dead body of Little Mermaid back to the Dawn for the professor to examine. I can't believe we were fortunate enough to find another blood maiden. Even more unbelievable is that you let her die. I'm quite disappointed in you, Haru. Yeah, sorry about that. The Dawn's priority was to find as many blood maidens similar to Red Riding Hood as possible. Haru accepted his failure and made no excuses. Knowing it was meaningless to parade on, the professor took a deep sigh and changed the subject. Now then, what to do? According to Red Riding Hood, this girl, Little Mermaid, had an awakening we are not aware of. Yeah, I didn't exactly see it myself, but from what I heard, despite the girl's fondness for Red, she just jumped on her. Sad face. Yeah, it's a sad event when it really is. Could it be that there's another level to the awakening? A true awakening, so to speak. I suppose I should conduct further research using Mayhem Blood too. The professor continued to mumble, while Haru frowned at his words. That's important and all, but what about Red Riding Hood? Haru had found Red Riding Hood crying with Little Mermaid in her arms. After she calmed down, she went blank. Even after returning, she barely acknowledged the professor and quietly went to her room. It was easy to see that what she just experienced was something that no one should go through. She couldn't be left alone in that state. Red Riding Hood, I suppose it can't be helped. It may be a bit early, but still mumbling, the professor headed to the door leading deeper into the laboratory. I'm coming in, Red Riding Hood. The professor knocked and opened the door. Red Riding Hood was on her bed, with her hood pulled down over her face. Little Mermaid called me dear sister, Red Dot. She was my first younger sister. I killed her with my own hands. I don't want to talk. I want to be eaten by the wolf. Regret, remorse, and her own cursing was eating away at her mind. Red Riding Hood, I want you to meet someone. The professor's kind tone didn't make Red Riding Hood budge, but come on in. Yes, the voice that answered the professor caused Red Riding Hood to look up. There stood a young girl, a bit younger than Red, just like Little Mermaid. Red Riding Hood saw this girl standing near the doorway. But yeah, this is the death of Little Mermaid. But yeah, it's a sad event. The fact that Red, at 10 years old, accidentally killed another blood maiden is a really sad experience to go through at 10 years old. It was on her birthday as well. This was on her birthday. And how to make it even more sad is that Little Mermaid, at the time of this event, she was only 5 years old. She was literally 5 when this event happened. But yeah, let's continue on. So, her hair was blue and extended down to her waist. She wore a black ribbon on the side of her head. She was, by all standards, very cute. Now then, go ahead and introduce yourself. At the professor's words, she anxiously stepped in and began to speak. My name is Cinderella. Red Riding Hood's eyes widened. She looked towards the professor as if asking who she was. She's the same as you, a blood maiden. She's also your younger sister, Red Riding Hood. Younger sister. That word melted away her frozen heart. The girl called Cinderella continued towards her, blushing along the way. Nice to meet you, dear sister. She called me sister. With that, Red Riding Hood jumped off of her bed and ran towards Cinderella, embracing her with all she had. Yikes, what is it? Red Riding Hood hugged the confused Cinderella even more tightly. This time, I'll protect my younger sister. I'll protect her like a sister would. Yeah, okay, I think that's the end of this chapter. So yeah, look, we have young Cinderella. So cute. With the glass slippers and everything. Alright, we're in chapter 8. So, we only have 4 chapters left for me to read. I wonder how long it's been. Let me check. 2 hours and 41 minutes. Alright. I feel like we're making good progress because I do feel like after I'm done reading this and reading the summary of the side story novel, I will definitely, like, you know, pull up Mary Skelter 2 and we're gonna watch the opening and like see the beginning parts of it. I will definitely do it. I feel like I have enough time for it. So yeah, story 8. Cinderella has 2 different memories of her parents. One was a memory of always being called pretty or beautiful. The other was a memory of being treated as a maid to clean, to be tasked with mental chores. Cinderella didn't know which of those memories were true. The only thing of which she was certain once she had become self-aware had been that she was already under the care of the Dawn. The professor found Cinderella and brought her back during a dungeon expedition 6 years earlier, before the tragedy struck at the jail tower. The professor observed her physical growth and determined her age to be about 3 years old on that day, when she was discovered. Cinderella had never been tasked to do any chores since her arrival at the Dawn. Later, Cinderella asked the professor about her parents. The only answer the professor gave was that her parents weren't around when she was found. If so, her memories could have been something from before she was 3 years old, and the visits of those memories remain in her mind. But would any parent command a toddler to handle such tasks? It was highly doubtable that a young child could do such chores, and so Cinderella decided that her true memory was of being told that she was pretty and beautiful, instead of her memory of being used to do chores. Convinced of it, she was inspired to become ever more beautiful and began to adorn herself with accessory ribbons and beautiful dresses. In fact, when she was found by the professor, she already had on a small shoe size glass accessory. Cinderella's time was split between the pursuit of beauty and attending to chores. If she wasn't doing either, she felt obnoxious to the point that she would question her very existence. The professor knew that the memory Cinderella had matched the story from Cinderella, but he decided to keep it a secret from her. In his previous research on the mysterious name Red Riding Hood, he came to the conclusion that there were others like her out in the world. And so, after extensive searching, he found the second blood maiden, Cinderella. Both Red Riding Hood and Cinderella knew their names. They both acted and spoke similarly to the heroines that appeared in these storybooks. Red Riding Hood had the habit of constantly wearing her red hood, and Cinderella shown great attachment towards wearing beautiful dresses. He continued his research thinking that the habits would somehow explain their existence. But all that time, he avoided having Red Riding Hood and Cinderella met. They were given separate rooms and were strictly monitored. Their routines were managed so that they wouldn't meet each other. The mysteries behind the Blood Maidens were still unknown, and oh, look at that. We have a memory of Cinderella, of her fairy tale. We have the one where, you know, her real parents actually treated her nicely, giving her beautiful dresses and whatnot, calling her pretty and cute. And then we have the sad memory of her stepmom being, you know, an absolute wench and just, you know, forcing Cinderella to do a bunch of chores and whatnot, calling her ugly in the process. The professor feared something would happen if they met. The Blood Maidens were essential in the plans to overtake the jail tower. They couldn't risk losing either of them, and so the professor took great care in preventing them from ever meeting. But then tragedy struck. On Red Riding Hood's 10th birthday, she was given a new weapon and went into the aquarium to test it out. Unknowns to the professor, she met another Blood Maiden, whom she later killed. Not only did the professor lose the opportunity to bring in another Blood Maiden, but the event itself brought Red Riding Hood close to the brink of demise. The situation was crucial, and so the professor decided to bring Red Riding Hood and Cinderella together. Cinderella, may I come in? Professor, why please do. The professor opened the door and entered Cinderella's room. It was immeasurably clean and tidy, with various cute ornaments about. Cinderella, there's someone I'd like you to meet. She's your older sister. What? Older sister. Hearing those words suddenly brought a frown to her face. She's not related to you by blood. She's your older sister in that she's a senior Blood Maiden. Older sister, she thought. How odd. For some reason, I feel like I'm gonna get bullied. The professor noticed Cinderella's expression and gently patted her on the head with a kind smile on his face. Don't worry, Red Riding Hood is a very kind girl. She won't tease you or anything. Is that so? Why yes, if anything, Red Riding Hood is feeling a bit down right now. She was traveling with a younger Blood Maiden, but that poor girl was killed by mayhem. Red Riding Hood is regretting how she couldn't protect her. She locked herself in her room. The professor decided to add a lie. His thought was to use the opportunity to invoke Cinderella's hatred towards the mayhem. His plan worked very well. Mayhem. Enemies the Blood Maidens had to defeat. These very enemies killed one of her brethren. As expected, Cinderella's hatred towards the mayhem intensified, but at the same time she became wary of her older sister locked in her room after the death of another. So Cinderella, do you mind meeting Red Riding Hood and perhaps call her your sister? Cinderella went into deep thought. She might not be able to replace the younger sister who died, but if she could be of use to someone, then... I understand. Please let me meet her. Cinderella overcame her doubts of what an older sister was and answered the professor with sincerity. Pleased to meet you, dear sister. Cinderella had met her older sister to be when all of a sudden Red Riding Hood jumped forward and embraced her. Yikes! What is it? Cinderella, you're my younger sister. I'm Red Riding Hood. I'll protect you. I promise. Big sister is going to protect you. What the, professor? What should I... Cinderella turns her head towards the professor as if pleading to get help from Red Riding Hood, who was now embracing her and rubbing her cheeks against her. But all the professor did was smile like a grandpa and nodded his head in agreement. Cinderella, my younger sister, you're so cute, Cinderella. Wait, may I ask that you take your cheeks off of me? And you're making me sweat. Please, let me go. Nope, I won't let you go ever. Why? I don't. Fine, I won't run away or anything. Cinderella tried with all her might to pry herself away from Red Riding Hood. Seeing Cinderella push her away brought a sad puppy dog look to Red Riding Hood's face. Really? You won't go away? Unbelievable. You're making it seem like I'm the older sister here. Not true, I'm the big sister. So, say again, you know, the dear sister bit. Why the nerve? Calling you by name should be enough already, Red Riding Hood. Oh, come on, call me dear sister again. Cinderella was trying to hide her embarrassment, and Red Riding Hood acted coy in response to Cinderella's harsh manner. The professor couldn't help but smile at their interaction. Seeing the two argue made it look like they were real sisters. The professor nodded his head in satisfaction, and then began to ponder the next step. Little Mermaid, the blood maiden that was killed by Red Riding Hood. According to the reports, Little Mermaid awakened in a state that could never been seen. There were still many mysteries surrounding the blood maidens. He needed to continue studying them. Wait a minute. Is that really the next photo? Hold on. Yeah, it is the next photo. Yeah, 81. 80. Yeah, sorry, not 81. 61 and 62. Yeah, this is the next photo. Alright, we're gonna ignore that photo for now. And we're gonna read this part. Inside the testing cage was Cinderella, dressing in a flexible suit. The simple clothing gave her a bit of anxiety, but she held her precious shoe-shaped glass pendant tightly in her hand to calm down. Let's begin, Cinderella. Understood. She proceeded to drink a vial of pink liquid. Her eyes began to glow pink almost immediately. She continued to drink more and more, and a number of vials later, her appearance began to change. Her eyes remained pink and her hair immediately turned white. A pink color ribbon and accessory suddenly appeared on her. She awakened. Red Riding Hood? That was the state Little Mermaid was in, correct? Yep, she didn't go through that, but she then changed again from there. This was an experiment to determine the cause behind the awakened state that forced Little Mermaid to attack Red Riding Hood. Was there any particular visual cues? Her clothes disappeared. Oh, her legs came together and turned into a black fishtail. A black fishtail. Professor tried to recall the story of Little Mermaid, a story that featured a heroine with a body of a female and the lower half of a fish. So that means she closed the gap towards her image in the story. Red Riding Hood, can you describe the state Little Mermaid was in? She was wounded all over, so I had her stay on the ground so I could protect her. I made sure she wasn't injured by the mayhem. By the time I killed all of them and turned around, was Little Mermaid covered in mayhem blood during that time? I'm not sure. I was focusing on the fight, but there was blood splatter all over the place, so maybe that did happen then. The professor went deep into thought. Could it be that the awakened enter a purer state when one was injured to a certain point, then covered with a great amount of mayhem blood? It could be possible that when in that pure state, they'll begin to attack anyone and anything within range, mayhem or not. If so, the risk is too great to pair any of the blood maidens together. I need to confirm the conditions of how they enter into that particular state. But how should I test it? Perhaps injuring either of them and splattering them with mayhem blood? No. That goes beyond the moral concept of research. I'm pretty sure Haru and Miku will intervene as well. If so, then, Dad? So yeah, we can go back to the photo. This is just a wholesome photo of Cinderella drinking mayhem blood, trying to awaken into her massacre/genocide state. Totally wholesome. There's nothing suggestive about it. Well, I mean, Red Riding Hood's voice brought the professor back from his thoughts. Red Riding Hood pointed at the cage. The professor looked, and there inside was Cinderella in her awakened state, sitting on the ground with her lace tucked in, spiring her finger on the floor. I suppose what you were looking for didn't happen. I knew it. I'm just an ash-covered nobody, and I can't even be of use even as a test subject. Cinderella's expression was dark and sullen, as if she had a peek into the abyss. She continued to mutter scattered words about herself. What happened to Cinderella? Well, you know how you get happy and excited when you wake up? In Cinderella's case, it's the direct opposite. Oh my. Cinderella began to pan her fist onto the ground. Fine, everyone can just die already. This cruel world can end completely for all I care. Are you sure she's alright? She'll snap out of it after she kills a mayhem. Now then, is anyone around? As usual, the professor called for someone to bring a mayhem to be sacrificed. Red Riding Hood looked on, thinking to herself that there are more to blood minions than she expected. But yeah, hey, we got ourselves Cinderella in her genocide/massacre mode, looking really sad and depressed. Yeah, really sad Cinderella. Look at her. Okay, we have story 9. Oh. Okay. 3 more chapters left. Okay. I'm feeling excited. Alright. Let's go on. Mood. Exactly. Oh my god. Cinderella's such a mood. Alright. When a person encounters a crisis they cannot stop, they will take one of 3 basic actions. 1. They hold their ground and face the crisis. A person with a strong will and heart will often do this. They accept the situation they're in and seek a solution within their capabilities to try and improve the situation. Most of the members of the Dawn fall under this category. They all think of ways to escape the jail. These very people give hope to everyone else. 2. They give up and let fate take over. This is what most people will do. They lose their strength against despair and try to find a place to hide. Despite wanting to avoid the worst, they don't think of how exactly that can be done. Most of the people under Dawn's protection falls into this category. When their fears take hold, they don't let anyone to sway them. They don't allow anyone to sway them. For example, they may worry about what would happen if the Dawn loses against the Mayhems, or whatever they would ever reach the surface again. They worry, but they don't take any actions. 3rd, they stop thinking. Many more fall under this category. They can't bear the situation and seek someone else to take responsibility. Once they find that person, they put themselves under their care. This thought process helps to keep their sanity in check. It's kind of depressing, even though like I understand why they do it. These type of people won't cave from despair, so long as there are people who will carry the load for them. In that sense, they may look bright and happy, but in reality, they're seeking their salvation through others, whom they gather around like moths to a flame. But there aren't many who can carry the emotional load of the masses. So then, who did these type of people rely on to bear that burden? There was only one answer. A person in the city named Lady Ohime served that very purpose. Her hair and skin and were pale. Her eyes of different colors were often fixed on the skies. A divine aura emanated from her, and this caught the attention of many people. Caught the attention of the people and earned her their affection. Her prophecy: keep faith as the sun god will scorch the heavens to render salvation from the jail. These words were accepted as the prophecy on which the people put their reliance, and word of her existence spread like wildfire. With Lady Ohime present, the people gather around her seeking salvation from the sun god. Soon, they grew into an organization as large as the dawn. The people called this organization the Order of the Sun. The Order of the Sun was originally a small group of people who gathered together to help one another. Their establishment predates the Dawns, acting as an orphanage to care for children. So yeah, we get this interesting shot of Michiru. And so she really does look like a heavenly being from like how she's being drawn here. Really mysterious as well. But yeah, next. Children who had lost their parents, and to offer their yields to those in need. Since the creation of the Dawn, the two groups worked in cooperation, each handling specific roles, and became integral parts of the city's survival. While the Dawn had a strict top-to-bottom hierarchy, the Order of the Sun organized themselves as equals, merely helping each other out. The Dawn offered security, the Order of the Sun offered relief. This is how each of them worked in the city. In a time before the Order of the Sun, before Lady Ohime was Lady Ohime. There was an orphanage where 3 particular children had just arrived to come under its care. Oh my, how so... Oh my, so cute. Those at the orphanage gather around the 3 children who were to become new members of their family. It wasn't rare to find children in the streets like them. Their parents might have been taken away by the mayhem, and for better or worse, the children might have gotten away. Many of the orphans here had been through that and were now being cared for at the orphanage. But it was rare to find 3 of them at once. They looked like they were 3 or 4 years old. All girls. They each had a different hair color, and they all have a different hair color, but they did look similar, probably sisters. I found all 3 of them crying next to a dead mayhem. I couldn't find their parents, so I think they fought a number of mayhem, killed one of them, and were taken away by the others. So said the man who found the girls. Hearing that, the girls of the orphanage curled their lips down in sorrow. I see. I guess they at least protected their children. I'm sure they will be happy to know they're safe. Say, girls, this will be your new home, okay? The woman kneeled down to their eye level and smiled. The 3 girls didn't seem to understand what she was saying and simply showed blank looks on their faces. I tried talking to them the whole time coming here, but it seems like they can't talk. Really, they must have been so much. Poor things. Children born after the city sunk into the ground were often found with physical and learning disorders, possibly due to the lack of proper food supplies and sunlight. Still, most children learn one thing before anything else. What are your names? Even if a child had a hard time speaking, they often know what their name was. After all, it was arguably the word they had heard the most during childhood. Oh look, it's the 3 sisters! We have Sleepy, Snow White, and Dumbelina. Look how cute they are. They're so small. You could argue Dumbelina is still small, but like, look how small they are. So cute. Alright. The smallest of the three girls, the girl with the red head, spoke. Thumbelina. The adults looked at each other in confusion. The other two spoke up. Snow White, the black-haired girl, said. Sleeping Beauty, the girl with the messy green hair, said. The adults looked at each other again. Sure, they knew where those names come from, but they weren't names any parents would give to their children. I see. All three of you must be princesses. No wonder you're all so cute. The adults decided to brush off their doubts. In this absurd, obscure... God damn it, I can't talk. Obscured. Absurd. This absurd world, nothing seemed impossible. Maybe it was just the world they were in, or maybe their names were meant to follow a theme. Who cared at that point? Thumbelina, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty, you'll all stay with us from today. I hope we can be friends. The three didn't seem to understand and just stood there, their heads tilted in unison. Their cute reactions and how they all seemed to move together brought smiles to the adult's face and warmth to their hearts. The adults worried that the three sisters couldn't learn to speak, but after just 2 years they were chatting away just like everyone else. Snow White, Sleepy, over here. The oldest of the three and the most energetic was Thumbelina. She often put up a strong front against the adults, but she was as kind as she could be to her two younger sisters. Her short height deceived many of the adults into seeing her as the youngest, but once she learned to speak, she let the adults know that she was the oldest, surprising everyone. Please wait, dear sister Thumbelina. The second oldest was the shy Snow White, soft-hearted and timid. She could always be found following her sister Thumbelina. She cared for everyone around her and tried to help the adults with their chores, so she was well liked by the adults. ... The youngest was the quiet and slow-moving Sleeping Beauty. She rarely spoke, and it was hard to tell wherever she was sleeping or awake. Her dots were a mystery, but she did respond to the adults with a yep, so everyone assumed she understands what's going on. Yeah, that's totally enough to understand, like, a child who rarely talks. Just hearing them say yep is like, yep, that's enough for us to understand her. Like, yep, that's good enough. Good enough, haha. Yeah, exactly. The three sisters were very friendly and soon became something akin to mascots of the orphanage. And there were two other children who seemed to get along well with the three sisters. Hey, Thumbelina! Michiru! Thumbelina stopped and turned around, hearing a lazy-sounding voice calling her name. A girl stood there waving her hand. She looked a bit older than the three and had pale skin and hair. Her heterochromia was obvious at first sight. Next to the girl named Michiru was a boy with similar skin and hair color. The only difference was that his eyes were the same color as each other. Chi, let's play. Okay. The boy named Chi stood and smiled. Michiru, Chi, and the three sisters were about the same age, so they all got along very well at the orphanage. They were often found stepping outside to play. Of course, this wasn't ideal for them to go outside, but the adults didn't make a big fuss about it so long as they were... as long as they knew where they were. The five of them stepped outside again as usual and began thinking of what to do. Michiru suddenly picked up a stick and began to draw something on the ground, speaking in her dreamy way. This place here is the land of memory, and where Thumbelina, Snow White, and Sleepy are at is the Palace of Nights. Chi is at the luxuries graveyard, and the three sisters didn't know what she was talking about. Michiru always spoke encrypted words, but to Chi, it was encrypted or odd at all. Despite not knowing what she was saying, the three sisters listened on and enjoyed the atmosphere she created. Huh. I think she's like drawing areas of the dungeons of the game. Because she mentions like you see one of the photos kind of look like the jail tower. I mean, it's like a primitive way of drawing it. I understand that, but like she mentions like Palace of Night, and like the closest thing I can think of for that is the downtown. And then she mentions like Chi being at the graveyard, which is like, okay, that's kind of obvious. Like there's a graveyard dungeon in the game, so I think Michiru is like talking about the dungeon areas from her cryptid words. But yeah, we're going to look for happiness. The sun will always rise after all. Michiru always spoke about the sun. The sun was supposedly large, bright, blinding, and warm. But the children born in the city had never seen the sun before, and so they didn't believe such a thing exists. But the adults who knew what it was, would muster hope within themselves each time Michiru brought it up, rekindling a light in their eyes. Professor, do you have a moment? The Dawn headquarters Miko was acting as both the head of the research center and as a guardian to Red Riding Hood and Cinderella, secretly entered the laboratory and spoke in a quiet tone. What is it, Miko? I went to check on the orphanage and came across something interesting. It was about the three sisters who were taken under their care 2 years ago. I met the man who found those three, and he wanted to bring something up to us. Oh. According to him, when the three were found, there was a dead man next to them, and the three were drinking the blood from the carcass. Carcass. The professor's brown twitched. He said that he thought he saw their eyes glow pink for a moment. The professor closed his mouth with his hand. To Miko, it seemed as if he's trying to hide his smile. All three of them? From the sound of it, yes. Their names are Thumbelina, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty. So, you're saying all three of them are blood maidens? If so, wonderful. Miko, let's go and greet them. I have never been to the orphanage before, so I need you to lead the way. Understood. Miko seemed to have wanted to say something, but she kept silent and followed after the professor. Soon enough, the three sisters were taken to the Dawn, bringing the member of Blood Team members, composed of solely Blood Maidens, to 5. It was soon after this that Michiru came to be called Lady Ohime and became the founder of the Order of the Sun. Okay. 4 more chapters. It's only been like 3 hours. I really need a break. I need to take a water break for my throat. So take this as an opportunity to get your own water break. Maybe use the restroom, get a snack or something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got my water break and bathroom break. Ugh. I have like a weird tingy feeling in my throat, but I think I'm still strong enough to like, you know, read the rest of this and also the summary for the side story novel. Oh fuck, wait, hold on. There. There we go. Alright. The girl had pure white hair styled in pigtails. Each were tied with a glowing pink flower ribbon. The girls looked down at the mayhem with a cold stare. Don't get me wrong, all I want to do is to kill you. Though she was in the habit of making any... Well, sorry. Though she was in the though she was in the habit of masking any embarrassment she felt with her harsh words, this time she said exactly what she meant. Without hesitation, the girl proceeded to smash the mayhem into a pulp. Next to her was a girl with the same pure white hair cut in a bob. Her head was covered in a spiral of a pink light that looked like an apple peel. With dull eyes, she extended her hand out to another mayhem. Are you hurt? No, really? Can you please get yourself injured then? Her interest in the creature bespoken her desire to care for others, and she sought out the wounded. She sought out the wounded, and even now, though she was the cause, even now, though she was the cause of the injury. All right. Wait a minute, I should change the music. Hold on. Wait, no. Yeah, the music would have been fine if it wasn't looping at the start. Yeah, oh my god. I love that song, but like the fact that it keeps looping from the start with the whole like music box turning, like look, I love that detail of that song. Like the name of that song is where is it? It's called Wonderful Tales. And I love it a lot. Like it's a good title stream song, music and everything. But the fact that it keeps like, you know, starting from the start with the wind up song of a music box, which that was the intent of the song. It was supposed to be a music that plays from something like that. But the fact that it keeps starting from the start, like you said, kind of gets kind of annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna go pull up a music from my PC real quick. So let me go back to where we're at. I think it was 39. Yes. Yes, it was 39. Got it. I'm just gonna play like the whole soundtrack from Mary Skelter 1. I guess it fits because we are reading the prequel novel for the first game. So we're just gonna hear a bunch of like music from it. Hey, is there any like audio problems? I'm not sure because I'm kind of like changing the settings a little bit. Sounds fine to me so far. Okay, good. Because for a second, that's something like, you know, sounds out of whack and whatnot while I was changing the audio mixing and whatnot. But okay, it looks like it's fine. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Alright, let's see if this is gonna continue playing or not. Alright, this is good. I'll tell you if something's wrong, then don't worry. Okay, thank you, Gwen. It's nice to have someone, like, out there to, like, hear if there's any audio problems, because I can't hear what's going on stream. Like, I'm literally, like, everything's dead silent for me. And such, but, like, yeah, let's continue reading. I think we're at the part where the girl with the bob head just stomp on a nightmare. And such, but yeah, and with that, the dull eye bob hair girl stepped on the nightmare, crushing it and spewing its inside all over the ground. Next to her was yet another girl with messy white hair. Her head was adorned with a pink vine with thorns and a beautiful flower. With a mesmerized look on her face, she embraced yet another mayhem. I'm so thirsty. Blood. I need blood. Usually, she kept quiet, seemingly awake and yet dreaming at the same time. But now she opened her mouth wide, pleading her desire at the top of her lungs. Sorry, on the top of her voice. The messy-haired girl drooled from the corner of her mouth and bit off a chunk of flesh from the mayhem's neck. What they shared between them were glowing pink eyes. Good. That's enough for now. Outside of the cage that the girls were in was an old man. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty. Look at Dumbelina's body. She's covered in mayhem blood. Go ahead and lick her clean. Yes, Professor. Snow White and Sleeping Beauty followed the professor's commands and proceed to lick the pink blood off of Dumbelina's soft skin. Dumbelina twitched ever so slightly. The sensation she felt was confusing to her, causing her to frown a bit. Like hungry kittens, Snow White and Sleeping Beauty continued to lick the mayhem blood with. So yeah, we get a picture of the three sisters in their genocide mode. There's like, you know, helping each other get clean. There's nothing wrong with this. Absolutely nothing wrong with this. I hope I don't get like TOS strike or something, because this is actually like not something suggestive, if you ask me, given the context. Their tongues. It tasted sweet. Sorry, their tongues. It tasted sweetly, strangely sweet. Sorry, my bad. It tasted strangely sweet, and the more they licked the blood, the more they felt a sense of satisfaction flow through their bodies. Soon, all the blood on Dumbelina's body was licked clean. And then the blood of... and then the color of their hair returned to normal. Snow White, sleepy, I'm fine now, thanks. Dumbelina regained her composure and thanked her younger sisters with a blush of embarrassment. At the same time, Dumbelina felt something like poison being purged from her body as they removed the blood. Come on out. Be sure you go and get yourselves checked by Miko. The girls left the acrylic cage, and one of the patrol unit members went in to stuff the dead and nearly dead mayhem into a bag. Girls, come over here. Wait, is it repeating? Oh no, I thought it wasn't repeating. Oh, okay, next. Wait, no. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. I need a... There we go. Girls, come over here. In the room next door was a girl standing in a white coat and glasses. Show me your arms. The girls lined up and Miko proceeded to draw their blood samples. They winced each time the needle was inserted into their arms, but it seemed as if they were already used to it. Miko put a drop of blood into a petri dish and looked at it through a microscope. So how is it, Miko? I will need to evaluate the samples to get accurate details. But it does seem as if the amount of blood platelets has increased. It is also quite obvious that their macrophages. I don't know biology shit. I don't know this biology stuff. I may watch Cells at Work, but I don't know what that word is. Are much more active now. If it's already observable, I'll assume that the theory is in fact a fact. What is indeed a fact, my bad. Is indeed a fact. So then, yes, the blood maidens are able to alter the mayhem blood that goes on them, and when they orally take in the altered blood, it results in healing effects and simply amazing. Healing effects. Simply amazing. The three girls stood quietly gazing at the professor and Miko in deep discussion. Thumbelina, Snow White, and Sleeping Beauty. The three sisters that joined the Dawn exponentially advanced the research on blood maidens. Until that time, the only blood maidens available were Red Riding Hood and Cinderella. There was no way the Dawn could ever be foolish enough to risk their last hope, which in turn made it difficult and time-consuming to conduct experiments on them. But now... Wait, where's my placement? Shit, wait, hold on. Okay, but now, with 3 more Blood Maidens, though it sounds quite horrible, the Dawn was able to take more risk. Not only were the Blood Maidens unique, but the girls, including Red Riding Hood and Cinderella, were still very young. As such, their mental state wasn't always stable, but the three sisters were able to maintain a higher level of stability when they were together as one. To add, the three sisters seemed to be actually triplets. The three having been together since birth made it possible to conduct experiments at a more intricate level than could been done on Red. Oh, it's in the next page. But you're like, yay, look, it's science stuff. Science. We're learning a lot about like how the Blood Maidens use the Mayhem blood in battle and everything. So yeah, science. Red Riding Hood or Cinderella. For example, one of them could have been made to fight a mayhem so that she could awaken, while the other 2 girls could be analyzed to see how they reacted. Another example would be observing the effects of licking the mayhem blood off of each other's bodies. And yet another example would be where the three would fight together as one to see if any particular effect would occur. Unlike Red Riding Hood and Cinderella, the three could fight together in unison, making it possible to battle for extended periods of time. What the fuck? I swear, I need to go check on my capture card later on after this. But yeah, let's see. Found it. And as the professor conducted these experiments, he noticed something. When the Blood Maidens awakened, their physical powers increased and they became ferocious and ruthless. But their sanity was still intact, making it possible for them to listen to the professor's words when awakened. But the professor also observed signs during extended battles when it seemed as though they would lose their sanity. And each time the professor terminated the battle so that Miko could evaluate the girls, this led to a discovery of how the composure of the girls' blood was changing slightly It seems as if this change progressed as the girls took physical damage and became mentally unstable. The professor called this phenomenon corruption and theorized that this was the awakened state Little Mermaid was in. More of this corruption occurred, the more the girls would become closer to a mayhem. The assumption was this caused the transformation that Red Riding Hood saw a Little Mermaid. The professor named their early state of awakening massacre or genocide if you're in Japan, and their later stage of awakening Blood Skelter. But in order to confirm these theories, they need to have the Blood Maidens actually enter Blood Skelter state. But doing so would likely bring about the tragedy that befell Little Mermaid. This was the very reason why they could not confirm the theory behind Blood Skelter. Similarly to Red Riding Hood and Cinderella, the Dree sisters didn't know when or where they were born. In fact, many children in the city were just like them. But the Dree sisters were lucky. They were found and taken under the care of the orphanage and lived a poor but yet warm and happy life full of love. What changed their fate was when the man who discovered them heard about Dawn's Blood Maidens, special girls whose eyes turned pink from mayhem blood, special different girls. The man recalled how he found the Dree sisters sipping on the dead mayhem's blood with their eyes glowing. He had convinced himself that it was a primal instinct found in babies seeking nourishment. As for the pink eyes, it was something he simply blocked. But learning about the Blood Maidens jogged his memory. He decided to discuss what he remembered about the Dree sisters with the rescue center staff who came periodically to the orphanage to check on everyone's health. That person was Miko. The information Miko earned was then relayed to the professor, and soon enough, the professor took the Dree sisters under the Dawn's custody. And so, the Dree sisters became members of the Blood Team. Despite the many things happening to them, they were surprisingly open in accepting what was going on. They heard about the Blood Maidens from the professor and heard that they were destined to fight the mayhem. They accepted that without doubt, as if they knew that that was their fate. This is why they had no issues with what was going on. Though they didn't like the experiments they had to go under, they didn't complain, thinking that it would in the end help those who raised them back at the orphanage. That said, there was just one thing they didn't like about their situation. One day, the Dree sisters went to the Order of the Sun to play. Even after the Order of the Sun was formed, even after Michiru became known as Lady Ohime, it didn't change the way they saw her. They all thought that they were going to play with their friend. We're back. Sorry to be late. Yep. Hey, welcome back. Why yes, welcome back. Red Riding Hood and Cinderella appear out of nowhere to greet the Dree sisters. At first, Thumbelina kept her guard up to protect her younger sisters, but now she had an older sister and that brought her joy. Of course, she couldn't say that to anyone. Snow White was simply happy that she had more friends now, and she flustered flustered when she learned that she was a Blood Maiden. But now she felt connected to everyone. Beyond the concept of siblings, as for Sleepy Beauty, she was simply sleepy. That's a mood right there. Like, Sleeping Beauty, absolute mood. Sleepy all the time. Definitely me. Oh, welcome back. Where do you girls run off to? The rescue center kind older sister Miko approached them with a smile. The Dree sisters also, like Miko, with how attent and caring she was towards them. We went to the Order of the Sun to play with Michiru and Chi. Ah, I see. There again. The Dree sisters didn't notice Miko's eyes narrow, hearing where they went. What the fuck? Yeah, I definitely need to check on my capture card later. That night, Snow White woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. On her way back, she noticed light coming out of the laboratory. Curious, she creeped near the door in silence. She didn't have the courage to look inside, so instead she listened from the shadows. She heard the professor and Miko talking. Speaking of which, the three sisters went to the Order of the Sun to play again. Is that so? May I ask that you please stop them from going? It seems to be something suspicious about them ever since they became a cult. I understand where you're coming from, but... Snow White was in shock. She slowly, quietly went back to her room. The next day, she told Thumbelina and Sleeping Beauty what she had heard. What she heard. Depression struck the both of them. They couldn't believe how the home they were raised in was considered suspicious by the Dawn. Does that mean we shouldn't go there to play? No, wait. We're all going there to play. We're all going there to play with our friends. Yep. Since then, the three sisters moved in secrecy. Yeah, secrecy. When they went to play at the Order of the Sun. The fact that they couldn't be open about it was the one and only thing they didn't like about their situation. Until then, what happened to Mitru that made her became known as Lady Ohime? The three sisters will find out much later. So yeah, we get the picture of like Snow White does overhearing the professor and Miko talking about the Order of the Sun and how Miko thinks they're suspicious. Good drawing. Alright, story 11. Okay. We're almost there. Okay. Kaguya used to get a lot of attention from the boys her age back when she was a kid. Kaguya, will you marry me when we're adults? Hey, no fair. Kaguya's going to marry me. Kaguya was beautiful. Her soft skin was like a fine porcelain, and her hair was jet black. Not Jack Black. That's an actor. That's a person. My bad. Jet black. A light blush among her cheeks brought out her youth. Kaguya was pleased at seeing her young suitors, but because she couldn't choose any of them, she would often just give them impossible tasks to mask her refusal. Let's see. Then why don't you bring me a piece of cloth that will never burn, and you bring me a golden branch that can grow pearls. Whoever brings what I ask can marry me. Really? Okay, I'm gonna go and find it. Me too. The boys were in love with Kaguya and would do anything she asked for to win her over. Kaguya's requests ranged from the impossible to the mundane. Mundane. To the mental. I think it's mundane. I think that's how you would say that. Or something. I don't know. Like, let me double check. Oh, menial. Menial. From the impossible to the menial. Requesting others to fetch her this and that, which give her the knowledge of how to use others at such a young age. Wow. That's quite the skill to learn. But she wasn't haughty or lazy. She would never forget what what others have done for her and would lend a hand to those in need. Just as the boys liked her, she too liked the boys and everyone around her. Overall, Kaguya's life during her youth was relatively calm in this hellish world. But then a few years passed. A mayhem! Everyone run! A mayhem appeared in the village in which Kaguya lived. The people ran in circles trying to save the elders and their children. Kaguya, come here, we have to run. Her parents were in a panic, trying to get Kaguya to safety. Kaguya felt anger bubbling from inside of her, seeing her parents needing to risk their lives. She turned around to see some of the village boys picking up weapons to face the mayhem, so as to buy time for the women and children and the elderly. Huh? What? Kaguya, come back! Kaguya disregarded her father's command. She picked up a rock near her and headed towards the mayhem. Her small size helped to get her near the mayhem's legs without notice. She then swung the rock with all her might at the mayhem's frail legs. Oh, look at that. We get young Kaguya. So cute. Alright, yeah, that's enough time for people to look at the image. Alright, moving on. The mayhem stopped for a moment. The boys proceeded to stab it with their farming tools. The mayhem squirmed in pain. Spewing from the gash came red-pink blood, which splattered on Kaguya. Kaguya felt her heart pounding. My bad. Her heart pounding. Blood rushed to her head, and her body grew hot. She felt a surge of power and emotion she had never felt before. I need to defeat the mayhem. That was the only thing in Kaguya's mind. She breathed in and leaped high above the large mayhem. She slammed the stone in her hand right into the mayhem's head. Out came a shrill cry and the sound of a cracking skull. The mayhem gushed pink blood and brain fluids from its head and then died. Huff, huff. Is everyone alright? Kaguya turned around with her eyes glowing pink. Kaguya, you. Kaguya took a step towards the people. They stepped back. Kaguya tilted her head in bewilderment. The adults were about to say something, but suddenly loud voices could be heard. Wow, I didn't know you were that strong, Kaguya. Where did you learn to do that? Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. Oh, come on now. That was no big deal. Now then, I'm quite tired, so please get me off my feet. Despite Kaguya's supernatural actions, the boys only saw that as something to be praised. The anxiety of the adults had towards Kaguya vanished, and soon they saw her as before, as a lazy princess. The boys all carried Kaguya away excitedly and happy, while the adults watched them carry off something they couldn't entirely comprehend. The doubt the adults felt quickly turned into hatred and fear. At first, they continued to treat her as usual, especially after she had saved them from the mayhem. But the following year, many mayhem appeared in the village. Kaguya killed every last one of them, and the adults saw her in a different light. Kaguya might have been young, but she could tell something changed. Soon, she too started to fear the adults and the way how they looked at her. She started to stay inside more often and only came out to walk outside in secrecy. Then one day, Kaguya heard someone whisper the word monster behind her back. She ran home in tears. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to go outside. My parents are the only one who love me. So yeah, we have young Kaguya. All sad and everything as she noticed that all the adults are just slowly scared of her, calling her mean things like monster behind her back. Kaguya became reclusant and would from then on never leave her house. Kaguya stayed worried the boys in the village. They went to her house every day, called her from outside her room. Come on, Kaguya, let's go out and play. I found a really pretty stone. I want you to have it, Kaguya. Even the boys' calls couldn't open Kaguya's closed heart. Please leave. I'm not leaving here ever again. The boys keep coming. Each time Kaguya would chase them away. Slowly, the boys stopped coming. Despite knowing this would happen, this still made her very lonely. Then one day, people Kaguya have never met before came to see her. Curious, she peeked through the door to see her parents speaking with them. One of the guests was an old man with white hair and a large scar across his right eye, and the other was a lady wearing glasses. Kaguya listened in on her father speaking to the old man. She's a monster. She's in her room now, but there's no telling when she's going to turn on us. Everyone is calling us monster too now. If only we haven't brought Kaguya in. Hearing her father's words froze her. Now calm down. Do you mind describing to me in detail where you found Kaguya? Well, it was... She kept listening with a blank look on her face to the words of whom she once called her parents. She felt no suffering, not a bit of anger or sorrow. All that came into her mind was one word: monster. After speaking with Kaguya's so-called parents, the two visitors were now standing in front of her directly. The white-haired old man gently smiled and patted Kaguya on the head. Nice to meet you, Kaguya. It had been so long since he felt the warmth of another's hand. Was this person scared of the monster? Next, the lady with the glasses lowered herself to Kaguya's eye level and smiled. Nice to meet you, Kaguya. My name is Miko. We came for you. For me? Yes, we're from an organization called The Dawn. We're fighting the mayhem and came to ask for your help. Why? We have many like you with us now. What? Kaguya had a surprised look on her face. There were others like her? I'd like to ask for your help too. Will you please come with us, Kaguya? Kaguya pondered for a moment. What should I do? She thought. They don't seem to be scared of me, but seeking guidance, she looked towards her father. Suddenly, the person who Kaguya thought was her father looked away in fear. It was then that Kaguya realized, I see, they don't want me anymore. Understood. I will go with you to the dawn. There was nothing to keep her there anymore. The first thing Kaguya did at the dawn was undergo a medical check, and then went straight into an experiment. She entered a transparent acrylic cage and was given a number of test tubes with some kind of red liquid inside. Now then, go ahead and drink them one by one, Kaguya. Don't worry, it's nice and sweet. The old man known as the professor here smiled warmly at Kaguya. She picked up a tube and drank the liquid inside. Suddenly, she felt hot. She knew this feeling. It was the same as when the mayhem blood went on her. Go ahead, drink one more. Good, now another. She drank a second, then a third, and when she drank from her fourth test tube, Kaguya felt her heart beat more strongly than ever before. Her black hair immediately changed into a silver white color, and from her head, pink light sprung from her in the shape of bunny ears. The change occurred in her body made her go blank. Kaguya, do you know what you need to do? She raised her head at the professor's words. In front of her was a mayhem. It looked weakened and was panting heavily on the ground. Kaguya looked down at it and suddenly felt a cold sensation surge through her mind. So, do you need me to kill it? Exactly. Show me your power. Now I understand. I have the power to kill the mayhem, and I know I should be killing them. But why is it that it feels so bothersome? Kaguya mumbled as she approached the mayhem calmly with a chill look on her face. Why do I have to move? You should be the one coming to me to get killed. If not, you should have just killed yourself. As if the mayhem knew its fate, it mustered enough strength to move away, but the acrylic wall prevented it from escaping. Kaguya showed no remorse towards the struggling mayhem. How useless you are, just die already. And just like that, as if stepping on a bug, Kaguya killed the mayhem. After that experiment, Kaguya was given her own room, into which she immediately entered, locking the door behind her. Since then, she rarely, if ever, stepped out of her room. Maybe it was that she was Maybe it was that she was unstable over the change in environment. She was already in shock from learning that her mother and father weren't her real parents. In any case, Miko suggested that the professor to let her be for a while, to which the professor agreed. He agreed because he had more pressing matters on his mind. Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, Thumbelina, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and now Kaguya. That makes 6 Blood Maidens, but there are 7 dungeons here. I should find at least one more before I take action. Where can I find one more? The 7th Blood Maiden, her discovery would finally set the story in motion. But yeah, we have Kaguya, this killing a mayhem, the stepping on it. We get to see her massacre / genocide state. Cute bunny ears. But yeah. Story 12. Thank God. Alright. Every day, Jack would climb up to the roof to take a good look at the tower far on the horizon. The jail tower was a twisted tower located in the middle of the city that looked as if it was rising to the white moon in the sky. It was over 100 meters tall and growing slowly but surely. Looking at that tower stirred up a strange urge within Jack. I want to climb that tower to the very top. Why? He didn't know. Maybe it was just curiosity, but in any case, ever since Jack was little, he had a strong desire to climb as high as he could. He leaned over the edge of the roof and stretched out his hands towards the finger-sized tower. The wind blew, pushing Jack's body. He wobbled and, watch out! Jack felt someone grab him. He fell back onto the rooftop. Jack opened his eyes to see a young girl with black hair looking at him with an angry expression. Her name was Alice. Jack, were you daydreaming again? You should really watch out. Sorry, Alice. Alice let out a sigh and then sat next to Jack. You were looking at the tower again, aren't you? Yeah, I was just thinking about climbing it. That doesn't mean you can get there by falling off this building. You should be really careful. Yeah, sorry. Jack lowered his head in apology towards Alice's sincere concern. Alice had always helped and looked after Jack. Oh, that's right. Alice. Jack pulled out something from his pocket and gave it to Alice. What is it? It's a hairpin. In Jack's hand was a hairpin shaped like a cross. I found it during the excavations. I thought it would look good on you. There were many twisted buildings that has been affected by the jail. Within those buildings were some where going in was relatively safe. The people would go inside these buildings to look for something of use. Jack called these excavations. Anything found during an excavation was put under the adult's care, but sometimes people could find things they like and take them without turning them in. If the item wasn't too important, then for the most part, the adults simply turned a blind eye to it. You found it, more like you took it. You should really give that to the adults. Don't worry about it. Here, let me put it on you. And then we get the scene of Jack giving Alice her iconic hairpin, like the one that she's always shown wearing. Look at that, childhood friend stuff. How nice, how sweet, how wholesome. Jack smiled, hearing Alice's words of concern and combing her hair towards the front. He then snapped the hairpin on. Yeah, you look good with it, Alice. Jack's smile was met with Alice's mumble and blush. Thank you. Her quiet words of appreciation made Jack happier than ever before. Jack and Alice's situation was very similar. Both of them were orphans and both possessed vague memories of their parents being killed by mayhem. this wasn't very rare as many children had shared this experience. At first, Alice kept it to herself. When she was found, her eyes were glowing pink, and the rumor spread, making all the kids treat her like a monster and isolating her. There was no other than Jack, who also was found and brought back to the village. Brought back to the village that approached her. Hey, Alice, let's play. No, go away. Okay, well, I'll come back later then. Don't. Oh, look at that. Jack being a good boy, reaching out to Alice when she's all alone with no one really caring about her. Cute. Like, you already know I use this for, like, the BRB screen for him. At first, Alice was irritated at how Jack would approach her, no matter how coldly she tried to treat him, but as soon that became the norm. She began to eagerly wait for his arrival. Alice was, without any doubt, lonely. Alice, do you want to play? Don't you have someone else better to ask? Well, yeah, but I want to play with you, Alice. Just this once. Really? Super. I don't see why you should be so happy. Well, of course I'm happy. I always wanted to play with you. Sure. Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, I found it. So, it wasn't like Jack did anything special. He didn't want to leave her alone by herself. So he kept approaching her, which led to Alice opening up her heart. They had gotten so close now that she would show the sweetness of smiles from just a simple hairpin. And just as Jack felt for her, Alice did for Jack. They became inseparable and precious friends for life. In a world untouched by sunlight, hope would simply be something as simple as joining together with another. Many in this world died without hope. Many were taken away by the mayhem. Some had their health deteriorate until death. Some killed themselves from despair. But in this world, Jack and Alice found strength by not giving in. Being together was a big part of how they were able to survive. Then one day, the peace they enjoyed was suddenly gone. A band of mayhem laid siege against their village. Some were captured, many others were killed. Amongst the sound of crackling flames was the sound of homes crumbling and their residents screaming. And within this tragic symphony was Jack mustering all his courage, facing a mayhem to protect Alice. Alice, get away from me, run. Alice didn't move. Alice! There's no meaning in life if I'm not next to you. Her words gave Jack the courage he needed. He wanted to honor them. He wanted to protect Alice. No, he would protect Alice. Shaking, he grabbed a large stick and charged towards the mayhem. However, courage without strength was reckless. The mayhem swung its arms right against Jack. The mayhem's power easily slammed him into the wall. Jack! Alice's desperate voice fell on Jack's ears as his consciousness slowly faded. By the time Jack woke up, both he and Alice were prisoners in a cell. Within the eerie flesh-like walls of the cell were others who were also captured, huddling together in fear and despair. When the jail wailed, mayhem appeared to take a number of them away. Those taken away were tortured. Some would have pain inflicted upon them so that they could scream in agony. Others would be cut so that their blood would flow. Others were forced to lick the walls without rest. Many lost their lives from the pain, suffering, and humiliation. From the death of the prisoners, the mayhem went on to find more. Somehow, Jack and Alice were able to survive. Jack always seemed to heal very quickly. Alice was surprisingly resilient. It seemed as though she was a bit different. Alice would sometimes come back to the cell in a particular state. Alice, are you okay? Jack supported the limping Alice and carried her to the corner of the cell. Jack. Alice closed her eyes in pain and breathed in slowly. Jack gently stroked her face so that he could hide it from the other prisoners' views. Slowly, Alice opened her eyes again. They were glowing pink. Jack. Jack. Alice grabs Jack's hand as if asking for something. It's okay, Alice. Here. Jack brought his finger to Alice's mouth. As if she was waiting for it, Alice bit onto Jack's finger. Jack's finger broke and his blood flowed in a gentle stream. Alice put Jack's finger into her mouth to drink every last bite. There we go. Alice just drinking Jack's blood as usual. Like, you will always find her do that. Alice gulped at Jack's blood like it was water. After a while, feeling satisfied, she let go of his finger and her eyes were pink no more. I'm sorry, Jack, did I? It's fine, don't worry, Alice. Jack gave a gentle smile to help Alice fight her feelings of guilt. From a while back, Alice had developed a habit of licking Jack's blood wherever she felt her emotions getting the better of her. At first, it just At first, it just so happened that Alice licked one of Jack's wounds, and ever since then, she had become attached to Jack's blood like an infant waiting for her mother's breast. If that's what it took to calm Alice down, so be it, Jack thought. Sometimes he would even cut himself to give Alice his blood. Why his blood calmed her was unknown, but to Jack, if he was able to help in some way, then cutting himself was nothing. It was about the only way he could do to repay Alice for all she did for him. Alice thought of it differently. She believed that the only reason she was able to survive all the torture and to preserve without losing hope was because of Jack. It's fine, Alice. I'm sure we'll get out of here one day. Yes, and until then, we will both do our best to survive. The two supported each other in this way to endure their captivity. And then a few years passed. Red Riding Hood. At the Dawn headquarters, the professor called for one of the Blood Maidens. What's up, Dad? The now grown Red Riding Hood answered while fidgeting with her hood. We received new reports from the expedition who went to the city streets area. It seems that there is a possibility that a Blood Maiden was captured. Really? Red Riding Hood's eyes widened. A Blood Maiden, someone who could help us defeat Mayhem. Help them defeat Mayhem. Someone who could become her younger sister. We're not exactly sure, but would you be able to go and find out? Sure thing. Take these with you. Take these with you. It has Mayhem blood in them, so pour it on anyone who fits the profile. You'll be able to tell if they're a Blood Maiden if their eyes turn pink. And what if I do find a Blood Maiden? Why? Bring the person back, of course. Got it. Red Riding Hood answered chipperly. She stashed the vials of Mayhem blood and grabbed her a large pair of scissors and ran off. After watching her leave, the professor climbed up upon the roof. He gazed at the jail tower hovering on the horizon. Then he turned his eyes towards the heavens and the white moon in the sky. 7 Blood Maidens and 7 dungeons. I suppose the time has come. The time to kill all the mayhem, destroy the cores, and kill all the nightmares, and for the jail tower to break through the surface. That was the goal the professor has been seeking for years. Fly, my dear Blood Maidens, to where the sun shines. The professor raised his arms high and clasped his hands across the white moon as if to crush it. It has been 20 years since the jail was infected by the... It's been 20 years since the city was infected by the jail and sank deep into the ground where the sun couldn't reach. And now, finally, the story of the Blood Maiden's escape from the jail would begin. So yeah. Red Riding Hood heading off to look for Alice and Jack in the city streets. So yeah, this is technically the end of the prequel novel, back when it was first printed. But here's the fun fact. this prequel novel actually will get 2 bonus chapters when the game first came out. Like all these chapters that I've been reading to you guys, like the first 12 chapters, they were actually published like before the game came out. Like it was kind of made to advertise the game and such and everything. But when the game finally came out, they made 2 bonus chapters that came with that game's limited edition. And Finale's print actually does have it, so I'm going to be reading it to you guys. So right here, Story 13, bonus chapter, Unknown Tales from Prison, Rapunzel. That particular Mayhem possessed many human features. At first glance, she was a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. The city had been infected by the jail's roots 5 years earlier. Back then, she ran for her life, but tripped on some potted plants. There, she was caught and fused with the plants. As a result, there were vines and leaves extending from her head and body, and aside from that, she kept her normal human appearance. Many Mayhem were created from a random mixture of humans, animals, plants, and objects, and so to objects. So to have plant parts growing out from one's body wasn't very unusual for the Mayhem. That wasn't what made this particular Mayhem special. A month passed, half a year passed, then a year, then a 2. In time, that particular Mayhem's stomach began to bloat. Now, the Mayhem's stomach was so bloated that it couldn't move at all, but Mayhem never thought much about things like that. After all, they were hardly intelligent enough to care. To add, there are many more Mayhem that took even other forms, so this one was simply considered slow-moving. The Mayhem would go out to capture humans as if running errands, and then bring them back to torture them. During this activity, that particular Mayhem was treated as a nuisance, and slowly it became seclusive. The Mayhem didn't comprehend the human nature of bullying, and it was simply brushed aside because it got in the way. Regardless, it was left alone. Another day when the jail's wailing could be heard across the dungeons, and the Mayhem began their daily routine again. The Mayhem with the bloated stomach couldn't even stand properly, and by the time it got up by using the objects around it, the Mayhems were all gone. Still, the Mayhem went out to run its daily errands. But then, while walking down the now quiet, dark corner, that something unexpected happened. The Mayhem fell onto the ground, feeling something pushing inside of it. It felt like it was coming out of his stomach. Something inside was moving about wildly. This happened before too. It would usually die down after a short while, but something was different this time. The push was stronger than ever and only gained momentum. And was only gaining momentum. The Mayhem lets out a moan in pain and rolled upon its side, holding its stomach as if it's trying to tame it. The next moment, There was no telling wherever the Mayhem could tell there was a human feet emerging from it, a small human feet covered in pink blood, protruding out of the Mayhem's stomach. Next, hands. Where the foot struck out came 2 hands, trying to force the hole open. The Mayhem's stomach split as easy as paper, and from inside, a shining object of sorts came, drooping out, rolling onto the ground. It was a human. It was much larger than an infant, and at just about a meter in height, perhaps the size of a 3 or 4-year-old girl. Despite being covered in wet blood, one could easily see that she had very long golden hair. The Mayhem lay dead at the time the girl could utter a sound. The Mayhem couldn't remember until its very end that when it was human, she had within her a long-awaited first child to be. The girl, thus born, couldn't understand what was going on. Next to her was her dead mother, but she couldn't understand that it was her mother or that it was dead. All she did was sat there with a blank stare. It was fortunate that there were no other mayhem around. As time passed, she slowly felt her stomach growl. She knew by instinct that she needed to eat, but what? The girl looked around, something caught her eye. Something caught her attention. Next to her was the dead mayhem with plants growing from its head and body. I think I should eat that, she thought to herself in far fewer words. She reached out to grab the plants and tore them off and tossed them into her mouth. The sweet mayhem blood acted as a salad dressing and she ate them in delight. The plants were originally edible potted plants called various names, such as corn salad, lamb's lettuce, or mache? Mache? I don't know what language that is, but yeah, it's salad. It's a ton of salads. These were sold in stores and used commonly for salads. The official Japanese name for them was nojisha. Nojisha, and was an annual plant of the, oh my god, I don't know the science words. I can't pronounce this. What the Cariflorens family, originating from Europe. The plant was brought in during the Edo period and grown in the Nagasaki prefecture. Since then, it had became widespread across Japan. In Europe, this same plant is also called a Rapunzel. Now that her stomach was settled, she thought about going somewhere else. She began to walk on all fours and disappeared deep into the dungeon. The girl wandered around inside until she came to a room that looked different from others. There in the room were cells with prisoners inside, humans whom the mayhem had captured, and of course she didn't know they were humans. But being that they looked like her, she instinctively felt that they were the same and went close on all fours. Then from inside the cell, a girl noticed her approaching. The girl in the cell let out a shriek of fear. A shriek of fear. Who could blame her? She was crawling towards her covered in pink blood. Her face and body were hidden by her golden hair. Someone would be hard-pressed to assume that it was a human. That prisoner also felt at ease for not being taken away to be tortured earlier. So seeing this mysterious hairball without notice caught her off guard, made her believe they came back to torture her as well. Please have mercy, please. The prisoner begged in a sad voice. This was the first time she heard words. She then tried to mimic what she heard. Please? The other prisoners started to notice that the hairball in front of them was trying to mimic what was said. It can speak? Prisoners thought it was impossible to communicate with the mayhem, but being that they thought the hairball in front of them was a mayhem made them think it was possible to communicate with them. Suddenly, the girl raised her head. She felt an eerie presence closing in. A mayhem was coming to pick up another prey. Another as a prey. Excuse me. God, Lord. Another as a prey. The girl ran out and turned the corner, barely making it before the mayhem appeared. After the God, Lord. After the mayhem went in, she slowly drew closer and peeked in to see what was going on. The mayhem opened the cell door and was choosing which prisoner to take. Although technically the mayhem didn't have the intelligence to choose, instead it simply eyeing the prisoner and picked someone that caught its attention first. The prisoners huddled towards the center in silence. One of the prisoners who briefly spoke to the hairball spoke to the mayhem. Do you understand what we're saying? His voice was shaking in fear. The mayhem, however, was incapable of understanding him. It grabbed the prisoner's arms and dragged him towards the cell door. Hey, what? Hey, wait. You understand what I'm saying, right? Come on, stop it already. Why are you doing this? Come on, let me go. Someone help. The mayhem didn't understand. All it knew was that the prisoner... All it knew was that the prisoner it was dragging had been screaming in despair. Of course, no one helped. The mayhem dragged the struggling man away. The girl stuffily followed after them. The mayhem pulled the prisoner across the dark, narrow corridor. Although the prisoner had initially struggled, he had since lost his will and was now following along in silence. Far behind was the girl in pursuit. The girl was grinding her teeth, bearing whatever odd sensation she was feeling. The unsettling feeling she had earlier when she was running away was still with her, but she felt a different sensation percolating inside as she continued watching the human being pulled by the mayhem. The sensation brought a sense of discomfort, anger, and hatred. She wanted to jump the mayhem and dragging the prisoner. She didn't know why, but the primal urge began to consume her, to kill the mayhem. The mayhem tried to turn the corner, only to have the prisoner get caught along the edges. The mayhem continued to pull the prisoner's arm without concern. With a disturbing crack, the prisoner's arm broke. With the prisoner's wail, the girl leaped forward. Grr! With a roar, she crawled herself onto the mayhem's body. Her fingers cut deep into the mayhem's flesh, and pink blood splattered all over the area. The blood further covered the blood that was already caked on top. Further covered the blood that was already caking onto her from her mother's body. Her eyes began to glow pink. She impulsively swung her fist upon the mayhem's head. It crushed easily and its blood splattered against the prison walls. The prisoner let out a cry and fell to the ground, but the girl wasn't concerned about the prisoner. The girl was thirsty. Seeing the blood splatter across the walls jogged her memory of the sweet blood she tasted earlier. She began licking the blood. The prisoner crawled his way out of the area. The girl didn't notice him as she was captivated by the sweetness of the blood. The girl then noticed something after licking the blood on the wall. The wall was soft. That was all she needed to know. She proceeded to bite into it. She tore a piece off and another, chewing and swallowing until she was full. 5 years later, she came to be known as Rapunzel. Wait a minute. Let me double check something. I think there's a line missing. I think there's a line missing here. Hold on. Okay, never mind. That was actually correct. For a second, I thought there was a missing line, so I had to like double check everything. But it turns out, no, it wasn't missing. It's just my memory failing on me. Alright, so story 14. This will be the last chapter that I'm going to be reading on the prequel novel. And I'm going to debate whether or not I want to read the summary of the side story novel to you guys. So until then, I'm just going to continue reading this. The areas that was infected by the jail each host something called a core. This core was the jail's reproductive organ, used to create and supply substance to the mayhem. There was one core in each area, and it mimicked various living things within the area and distribute human blood as nutrients to the mayhem. The core was a very important part of the jail, never to be destroyed. As such, the jail used large amounts of nutrients to create a very powerful mayhem to watch over the cores. These powerful mayhem, better known as nightmares, could never die as long as the core stayed alive. Mayhem didn't have the intelligence to understand human speech, but the nightmares were able to speak a little. Their range of communication was closer to an infant and sounded more like a moan, but they held various traces of intelligence back when they were still human. As such, things which mayhem normally wouldn't concern themselves over might at times catch a nightmare's attention. Let's look at an example. In this particular dungeon, as a mayhem with a bloated stomach, its stomach kept growling, and after a number of years burst. From inside came a human child. The mayhem that bore the child died instantly, but there were other mayhems around the area. These mayhems didn't show any signs of interest and continued on their way as usual. But then the nightmare of that dungeon passed by. This giant nightmare was fused with various sweets. Perhaps it was the reason this nightmare found an interest in children. It was only natural that the nightmare ended up raising the human child that came from the mayhem. That child grew into a beautiful girl, and then she learned how to speak through the prisoners in the dungeon, and soon enough began speaking eloquently. One day, the girl asked the nightmare, "Dear brother, what is your name?" The moaning was far from what a human sounded like, but to her it was no different than normal speech. "Yes, your name. All the prisoners in the dungeon have a name." "No name." "I see." Hearing what the nightmare said, she put her palm to her mouth and thought, "Well then, I'll give you a name. How about Hansel, dear brother?" "Huh? That's Hansel. Hansel. Very good, dear brother." This was more of an experiment to see wherever someone with limited intelligence could remember names. Seeing it go well brought a satisfied smile to her face. "Name, huh? Name. Your." Hansel repeated, pointing to the girl. "Oh, my name? My name is..." Of course, she had no name, being that she was born from a mayhem and raised by a nightmare. But for some reason, she knew what her name was. "Gretel. My name is Gretel, dear brother Hansel." Gretel. For a while afterwards, they kept repeating each other's names. Hansel and Gretel. This marked the birth of a particular pair of siblings. Hansel cared for Gretel in every way possible. He took the clothes off of the prisoners to give to Gretel. He ordered the mayhem to procure food that the humans eat. Hansel probably knew that Gretel was different from them. But that didn't mean Hansel had an affinity for humans. In fact, every so often, Hansel would show Gretel what he and the mayhems did. The nightmare's job was to protect the core and to give orders to the mayhem to capture humans for torture. Gretel was very incisive, but not incisive enough to learn more about the torturing. Instead, she could be found speaking with the prisoners time again. Then one day, Gretel met a scientist who was brought to the dungeon. Gretel asked Hansel to have a chance to meet the scientist in a separate room. The scientist in that room was surprised to see Gretel enter. "You're a human. How dare they capture young children such as yourself?" Gretel physically looked like a girl in elementary. It seemed as if the scientist thought she was captured by the mayhem. Instead of correcting the scientist, she decided to let her curiosity get the better of her. Do you mind telling me what's inside that box? Gretel pointed to the briefcase the scientist was holding close to him. Almost all of the prisoners were brought in without any belongings, so Gretel found interest in what the scientist held on to. Even after being dragged by the mayhem. Box. Oh, you mean this. I have all my tools in here for research. Research. Tools. Sound interesting. Do you mind showing them to me? Never mind that. We need to get out of here. There's no mayhem around. So now's our chance. Sorry. So now's our chance. I'll help you get out back. Sorry, I'll help you back to safety. So the scientist stood up and grabbed Gretel's arm. He tried to pull her out of the room when... Oh god. Suddenly, the voice resonated with a fierce, angry roar. The scientist didn't notice, but deep in the corner of the room was a pitch of darkness. In that darkness was the nightmare Hansel. Hansel thought the scientist was going to take Gretel away. He appeared from the darkness in sheer anger. What? A nightmare? The scientist fell to the ground in fear, and a frown came across Gretel's face. My brother Hansel, I thought I told you to stay put. I'm sorry. Seeing the girl scold the nightmare into apologizing, frightened the scientist. Who are you? That isn't important now. I'm simply interested in your tools for research. Do you mind showing me how to use them? There's no other way the scientist could refuse the request of a girl who could tame a nightmare. After some time, Gretel learned how to use the scientist's research tools. This incisive girl was getting a bit bored with what was in the dungeon, so utilizing these research tools was more than enough to entertain her. The time spent here with Gretel was really fulfilling to the scientist. He kept quiet, but he was actually a member of the research unit at the Dawn. If he could somehow become friends with Gretel, he could not only be saved, but also bring back new data with him. With that in mind, the scientist did his best to keep Gretel happy. But Hansel was not happy with what he was seeing. Gretel was his younger sister. Hansel felt like she was going to be taken away, bringing about an emotion to him similar to jealousy. Of course, Hansel wasn't intelligent enough to understand things such as emotions. All he knew was that he didn't like seeing the scientist get along with Gretel. And so on a later day, Hansel ordered the scientist to be tortured. The scientist thought he was going to see Gretel like any other day. He entered a room and suddenly went pale. There inside was a number of prisoners being tortured, bleeding, and screaming for their lives. The scientist also screamed for his life. No, I don't want to go in. Why? I gave all the information I had to Gretel like she wanted. Oh. As if saying the scientist was noisy, Hansel grabbed the scientist's hand and crushed it. Hansel left the rest to the mayhem and looked on as the scientist was chained and lifted into the air. The pain, why blood? The scientist looked at his mutilated hand and mumbled words of despair. Gretel, bring Gretel here. I want to speak with Gretel. The darkness that shrouded Hansel got thicker each time the scientist muttered Gretel's name. Please, Gretel. 5 times was more than enough for Hansel to stomach. No, use name. the scientist couldn't understand what Hanzo said. It was because the voice sounded far from a human and more like a roar. More importantly, he couldn't understand because before he knew it, Hanzo crushed him. Afterwards, Hanzo went to report to Gretel what happened. He died. Ah, I see. Gretel closed her eyes for a moment. Well, I did learn how to use the tools, so I suppose that's fine. Since that day, Gretel never spoke a single word about the scientist. Another day arrived. Hanzo helped Gretel up after she tripped in the dungeon. Gretel had a tendency of tripping. Hanzo noticed that, unlike him, she had a hard time seeing things, but he didn't know what to do about it. He didn't understand the exact differences between mayhem and humans, but he could at least tell that Gretel was closer informed to the prisoners than to him. So Hanzo secretly came in contact with the prisoners. No see. At first, the prisoners thought they were going to be killed, but the torture didn't start. Instead, they noticed Hanzo pointing to his eyes, trying to relay something to them. The prisoners then realized that it was trying to say that its eyesight wasn't very good. Thinking that they could be saved, one of the prisoners wearing glasses gave them to Hanzo and tried to explain how to use them with gestures. Hanzo immediately took the glasses to Gretel. What's that? Glasses. Hanzo copied the prisoner's gestures. Gretel looked and immediately knew what Hanzo was trying to relay. Like this, the moment the glasses went on, what? The blurry world that she was living in all of a sudden took a sharp, vibrant form. Amazing. Glasses. Gretel learned quickly that she had were glasses. A tool used to correct the wielder's vision. At the same time, she learned that Hanzo went to the trouble of getting them for her. Thank you, dear brother Hanzo. With these, she could learn more about the world. Inclusive and full of joy, Gretel brought a stiff smile to her face. Hanzo, being a nightmare, couldn't express the joy he felt in seeing Gretel happy. If only Hanzo was able to teach Gretel what a true smile was, then maybe their parting might have come in a different form. But yeah, okay. Sorry, wrong button. But yeah, we're done. I'm done. This is 14 chapters. I'm not reading the 15th chapter. Oh my god. That was a lot of reading. It's been like 4 hours and 36 minutes. Oh my god. But yeah, that was fun. We did a lot of reading. You guys were able to see the prequel novel from Mary Skelter 1. A lot of information learned. So I'm gonna debate whether or not should I just boot up Mary Skelter 2 or I should read a summary of the side story novel to you guys. I'm like thinking about reading the summary because like the summary is important in the main story of Mary Skelter 1 since not only it's a crucial like story it provides crucial information, but also it makes the final chapter of Mary Skelter 1 seem less of a what the fuck moment if you actually have info from that side story novel. But the reason why I'm reading you the summary is because that side story novel was never released in English. Only the prologue was. The prologue chapter of the side story novel was only translated in English, and the only reason for that was because it came with Mary Skelter 1. So, like, it's kind of a weird situation where it's like, oh, you want to read a side story novel? Well, you need to know Japanese. You need to read Japanese because it's only available in Japanese. And such. Luckily, there is someone in Reddit that actually read the thing and made a really detailed summary of it that you can actually read in the Wikipedia as well. But I do have the Reddit post for it, so I'm gonna go see if I can pull that up and like share it to you guys. Okay, before I actually read the summary, I'm gonna take a bathroom break and a water break. So BRB. Okay, I'm back. All right. So yeah, this is like someone just reading the whole side story novel, and he just decided to make a really detailed like summary of it. And honestly, I'm like kind of glad that he did so, because like I don't really know Japanese that well. So the fact that he was able to make a very detailed summary of the events of the novel without like leaving out like too many details of it is really great. But yeah, I could like what do you call it? Post a link to the Reddit in the chat. So if you're like curious enough to read it for yourself and whatnot, I like you can do it if you want to. But yeah, let's focus on the story parts. All right, here we go. So, story time. So, I need to like summarize the prologue of it first, because this guy assumes that you probably read it from the game and such. But like, yeah. So, in the prologue, we learn about the backstory of Mamoru and Hikari, how they're like childhood friends, and that Mamoru has a bit of a sweet tooth, and they just live a rather peaceful life in their village and such until they get attacked by the Melham, and they end up getting captured and being tossed into the same, place as Jack and Alice. And such. And then, Red comes in and like rescues them, and there was just a bunch of chaos happening while the prologue was happening and such. So yeah, let's go to the escape. Let's go. Ugh. The two of them get tossed into a small new cell in a different place. Eventually, one more person gets tossed in, a mechanic with a funny way of talking and poofy hair. Later, mayhem ends bring two more people, one weak-looking man with glasses and one woman who knows how to fight. The mayhem then takes the three people out of the cell, and together as a group of 5 humans, they all get led underground. The one ordering the mayhem to bring the humans underground was Hamlin. She wanted to play with someone that is able to talk. She tells them that she wants to play tag and shows an example where she plays tag with a mayhem. The mayhem runs and Hamlin shoots a fireball and burns the mayhem to a crisp. The 5 humans run away as Hamlin counts to 100. The book also talks about how Hamlin eats mayhem for food and how the mayhem naturally obey Hamlin, and how the mayhem also at the same time are her important playmates. The man in glasses is Isuki, ex-Reme member. So if you're curious what Reme is, that's essentially the Japanese name for the Dawn. So for a simplistic case, we're gonna replace that with the Dawn and such. So yeah, the woman is Kade. The mechanic is Takumi, and he's part of the Dawn. Isuki remembers the way out, but the group eventually reach a giant pit that they can't cross. The bridge that was used to be there was destroyed. Takumi pulls out some rope and tools to get across. Hamlin catch up but fails to catch them. She asks why they're all running away. Mamoru tells her that she doesn't know the difference between her followers and true friends/comrades. The group of 5 escape from the labyrinth and gets back to the liberated district. In the Sun Cult. So, Mamoru and Hikari found out that the slums they lived in was ravaged by the mayhem and no one was left, so they took refuge with the Sun Cult. Kade is a part of the cult, but not one of the members/followers. But okay, she's part of the cult, but she's not like a member or follower of the cult and such. But yeah, Takumi goes back to Hikari. Takumi goes back to Hikari, becomes a favorite of the cult members and the children she plays with. Mamoru eventually asks Isuki why he left Dawn 1 year ago after 5 years of service. Isuki mentions his doubt about Dawn. Hakase is the professor, so we'll just call him Professor. So the professor was waiting for a 7 blood maiden to show up before attacking the dungeons. This was because there are 7 different dungeons, and the professor was waiting for 7 maidens so he could send them off and wouldn't mind if he lost 1 maiden per nightmare. Isuki also mentioned that the research was going unnaturally smoothly and has his doubts about wherever humans could make special weapons to kill mayhem so soon. Kade and Hikari overhears the conversation and go confront Takumi at Dawn since he has inside info. After being asked, Takumi call out to Haru, who runs the place. Haru tells the group that humans simply didn't make the weapons. They just modify stuff that gets picked up in the dungeons for human use. Miko pops in to pull Haru out for a meeting. Haru tells Miko that Mamoru and the group has suspicions about Dawn. Miko tells the group to have suspicions of the cult. Apparently, Miko thinks that Chiaki is pulling the strings behind the cult to gather people to do something big. The group, with suspicions about both the Dawn and the Sun, decided to go spend their time digging up info of both sides as the maidens clear the dungeons. After a while, the group didn't get any real proof or info other than more suspicions of why the cult was able to grow crops and why they were hiding the techniques. Isuki decided to dig up dirt on Dawn by salvaging dungeon crawlers' remnants to check Don's theories. Takemi prepares some spray to make them smell like mayhem so they don't get noticed. There wasn't much spray, so only Mamoru, Isuki, and Takemi go check out the cemetery, and they safely bring back the core sample. Isuki examines the sample and concludes it's impossible for someone without previous in-depth knowledge of how the jail works could make a theory about dungeon crawlers that was never seen by anyone except a blood maiden until recently. There is still no proof of anything, but Isuki suspects that to be a spy in Dawn for the mayhem. The tree. Time passed and the Blood Maidens went to attack the tower. The group of 4, not 5 because Takemi is in Dawn, comes back to the cult area and everyone is gone. Michiru took everyone away to the tower. The 4 of them go find Takemi and Dawn is in chaos. Oh, wait. My nose. Alright, so there's info that a large group is on the move, but Dawn is missing. Well, sorry, the professor is missing too. Haru and Miko are running around looking for him. Mamoru and Hikari decided to go to the tower to save the cult followers. Isuki had Takemi prepare over double the amount of spray as well as some weapons that were getting trashed because they were inferior to what the Blood Maidens were using. The 5 go to the tower, but the front entrance was riddled with mayhem, and the group gives up on the front. They look around, and Hikari finds a second hidden entrance to the tower. The 5 go up the tower with no battle action whatsoever. There's no mayhem at all in their path. They make it straight to the cherry blossom tree, and they notice there's a second entrance aside from the one they came through, as well as 2 exits, one main exit and another more in line with the entrance they came from. Takemi has suspicions about the path they followed and gets Isuki's help to draw a map of the tower. They found out that there are 2 towers and 1 spiral around each other. The 2 towers connect to the cherry blossom tree, but they separate again to the top. They decided to try to use the main exit before their surroundings turn dark. A nightmare shows up and murders them all. The book cuts to a scene where the 6 main members of the Dawn and their teams were trying to climb the tower. The 6 members were the leader, which is Taicho, Sensei the teacher. That one's localized as the doctor. So the doctor, Hakase the scholar, which is the professor, Joshi the assistant, which we all know who that is, the assistant, Kasan the mom, and Torio president. That one's localized as the chief. And such, so yeah, I'll be using the localization names for it. I think the book mentions this. Oh, leader. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna ignore that. So the leader commands his team to open fire on a nightmare they encounter in the tower. But no matter how much they shoot, the nightmare isn't taking damage. Even though regular mayhem, regardless of how big, would still die from a gunshot to the head. Leader decided to retreat, but their escape route is flooded with mayhem. Doctor runs in front to lead everyone away, but she gets bitten to death. The leader sees his love interest gets murdered, but stays sane as he tries to lead everyone out while making sure to try to keep the professor alive so he could regroup with the Dawn. The leader dies and blacks out. Let's see. Mamoru wakes up covered in dirt as he looks over to Hikari, who he mistakes for the black-haired doctor. For a moment, looking at Mamoru and the group are Haru, Miko, Michiru, and Chiaki. Mamoru and the group are told that they died and got transformed, remade, I don't know what the English calls this transformation, into fox humans with their memories intact by the core at the cherry blossom tree. So basically, they were just brought back to life by the jail because they were buried near the core at the cherry blossom tree. The jail just decided to bring them back to life. There are large scars in places where the nightmare chopped them apart, but everything else was recreated very well. The revived group mentioned they had memories of someone else in their heads. Haru and their group tells them that the transformation uses dots as a base and fused them with the memories of the old weapons that got buried with Mamoru and them. Mamoru tells Haru that he's the professor, Kade is the mother, Takemi is the chief, Hikari is the doctor. Isaki was about to state his name too, but Miko breaks out in tears when she finds out that the doctor is Hikari and tells her how she inspired just to be like her. Hikari remembers the little Miko and pats her head and she praises her. After Haru mentions that Michiru and Chi went up the tower only to come back because the path was blocked, Haru decides to take the main entrance to check the doors checks the doors as well as look for the followers and professor. Mamoru decides to go up to the second tower to search instead. Mamoru gets stuck behind a door with some buttons and decided to use a transceiver that Michiru gave him. She told him that she saw Jack with the same device and told him he would need it. Mamoru contacts Jack and tries to gain his trust. He offhandedly hears a voice he recognizes that isn't Alice and wonders who it is, Hamlin, but passes it off as he thinks about how to convince Jack. The conversation is the same as shown in the game. Near the end of the puzzle section, Mamoru starts asking some questions that he already has answers to. He wonders why he's asking these questions in his head and concluded that he's speaking as the leader as he asks these questions. Mamoru also explains that he wasn't killed by Snark in this conversation. Isaki brings up everyone's second memory again. He asks the group what his name might be since he was cut off by Miko earlier. Since the name that was brought up covered everyone except for the professor and the assistant, they guessed the assistant. Isaki tells them that he's the professor, which shouldn't be possible since the professor has been running the Dawn for 15 years. Isaki explains that since only the only one left is the assistant, then the assistant must be posing as the professor. The assistant was a spy in the team in the tower 15 years ago, murdered everyone so he could pose as the professor and take over Dawn. He posed as the professor to control the Dawn and used Snark Arc to control the mayhem. He took over the Dawn so he can control the Blood Maidens to destroy the core to grow the tower. When the group reached the top of the tower, then find a dungeon core but no exit to the top of the tower, they decided that it was probably too dangerous to try to destroy the core themselves and prepared to contact Jack before getting a transmission from Haru first. Haru says he found the followers and wanted Mamoru to come back down to show them the way out of the tower using the route Mamoru used. Mamoru agreed and head back down to the tree. Only Hikari and Mamoru got out of Tower 2 to see the believers because their scars were easier to hide. The believers trust Hikari as a second Michiru and Mamoru comes out as backup. Hikari shows the believers that the path to the second tower requires you to shove yourself through a wall of flesh to get to the other side. After leading the followers out, Haru asks what Mamoru plans to do. Mamoru says he's going up to the main exit to follow Jack so he can meet him at the top. Haru stops him because Jack just finished destroying the last core, and the Blood Maidens are having a familiar dispute. At the top of the at the top of the tower. Mamoru thinks back to the core that he just saw that Haru and Jack and probably the professor didn't know about, but doesn't mention it. Mamoru also confirms that if all the cores were destroyed, his fake human life would eventually end due to no core support. Mamoru and the team go back up to destroy the core in the second tower instead of asking Jack because they don't want to make the Blood Maidens cause their deaths. Mamoru and the group reach the core. Mamoru punches the core but nothing happens. The core pulls out some tentacles and grabs everyone. Mamoru blacks out, but his view comes back when he watches Jack and the Blood Maidens from the viewpoint behind the professor. Jack stares at Mamoru and calls what he's looking at an egg. Hikari and the rest of the group were also sharing the same view. Mamoru thinks about the connection between the cores he being held by and the egg everyone is looking at while the professor explains what the egg is. Okay. Iseki further explains that the professor might have brought the believers up to the tower so that he could use their belief in God to transform the egg into an almighty God that they believed in. The professor moves to the egg to merge with it instead because the believers were saved. Mamoru feels a shock as he loses the vision from the egg and is brought back to the core in the second tower. 4 people were pushed away from the core. Hikari was the only one left next to the core and tells Mamoru to take care before jumping into the core. Mamoru blacks out. When Mamoru wakes up, he's at the foot of the tower with everyone except Hikari. He looks up and sees Hikari as a light holding up platforms as Jack and the maidens fight the jail. The story cuts to when everything is over. Mamoru has his fun at teasing the winged angel Hikari, who also lost the death scars she used to have. The core in the second tower was somehow connected through the moon and into the egg core. Let's just call it the white core for a simplistic case. Hikari hijacked the white core and got merged with the followers' fate in her as a second leader, which turned her into an angel. Snark lost the egg and got merged with the jail instead, became a monster. The jail was defeated and the ceiling covering the area is gone. Mamoru talks to Iseki about how long their bodies will last, but Iseki says he doesn't know. The jail is gone, so even if there was a core remaining, it would eventually dry out as well. Hikari asks the group if they want to be brought to the surface as well, but they refuse because they don't know when their bodies will fail and separate in public at the scars of their bodies. The group decided to spend their remaining time looking around town, seeing if anyone got left behind. Takumi hasn't given up and said he'll look for a core to support his body at the same time. They offhandedly mention seeing Hamlin with companions as the book ends with everyone smiling. So yeah, that's the side story now. That's the summary. So yeah, you learn a lot of things that does make the final chapter, I guess, flow easily in a narrative point of view. But yeah, that was a lot of reading. I read so much. I feel really tired and winded. Oh my god. But yeah, since I'm done with the reading and everything, I'm gonna start, what do you call it? I'm gonna boot up Mary Skelter 2 and everything. So I'll be right back. Need to change settings real quick. Hmm? Oh, I'm back. I guess. Sorry, I fell asleep. Oh, it's fine. Like, I can't really pay attention to reading streams as well, so I kind of get bored in the middle of the process. It's completely fine. I finished reading everything I could, so I'm gonna boot up Mary Skelter 2 right now. Wait, hold on. I just noticed the screen is tearing. So yeah, that's the opening to Mary Skelter 2. And now I'm gonna set up the settings. But yeah, can't wait to like show you guys how Mary Skelter 2 compares to the first game, because I think like Mary Skelter 2 is a good sequel. Like, it's a really good sequel in terms of gameplay and how they were able to improve on a lot of things that the first game did. And also fix some of the problems I had with the first game as well. And everything, but yeah, wait, let me check something in the bonus menu real quick. Alright, so we're just gonna play, like, the beginning parts of 2. So when I see, like, the save point, I'll save, and then I'm gonna end stream there. I hope that sounds, like, okay with anyone. So yeah, let's start. I'll change the layout later, but for now, you know me, we're gonna be playing on fear mode. Look, it's DLC. It's free. Yeah, like all the DLCs for the Mary Skelter games, they're completely free. So there's honestly like no point in like not downloading it, because the DLC is nice to have. They're not like the broken type of DLC that makes the game a cakewalk. It's more like a, oh, I have more selections. I have more like types of ways to attack. But yeah, first DLC, Blood Maiden swimsuits. Death End request job attire 1. Job attire 2. Jailbreak support goods. And we're just gonna know those right now.
かつて日本有数の繁華街であったその町はもうこの地上に存在しない。今日町があったはずの場所には巨大な陥没坑が漆黒の深淵を覗かせ、奇怪なオブジェがその中を占めている。オブジェからは塔とも呼ぶべき奇怪な突起物が天空に漂う白い月を目指すように突き出していた。かつて町に生き暮らしていた人々はメルヘンと呼ばれる怪物に捕獲管理され、日夜続く不条理な拷問にあえいでいた。町の名はすでに忘れられて久しい。 人々はこの地獄をこう呼んだ。難攻不落の生きる監獄、ジェイルと。
よし、敵はいないな。今なら一気にたどり着ける。でも改めて不気味な場所だね。捕まってる人たち無事だといいけれど。気配はある。生き残ってる人はきっといっぱいいるよ。怖いけど、でも頑張らないと。ご安心ください、姫。何があろうと僕が必ず守ってみせましょう。そんな臆面もなく言われると恥ずかしいよ。でもありがとう、おつーちゃん。君のその笑顔が何よりのご褒美さ。僕の人魚姫。それにしても赤ずきんのやつ遅いな。あ、お姉ちゃん。遅いぞ赤ずきん。いやー、悪い悪い。敵の数意外に多くてさ。派手に暴れすぎなんだよ赤ずきんは。おかげで他の敵にも気づかれる。まあまあおつーちゃん、お姉ちゃんがいてくれたから誤解しないで済んだんだし。そうそう、ちんたら回り道するくらいなら私は正面突破したいね。はぐれたら危険が増すって言ってるんだ。とかもう。
Who the heck are these two? Red with long hair. Hey, Stella. Welcome. How are you? I spent the last 5 hours reading the prequel novel and the side story novel summary. I'm feeling kind of tired and winded, to be honest. 赤ずきんと一緒にしないでくれ。ああ、ひどい。お姉さん傷つくわ。でもまあ、本当にボケたまま戦いになったら危険でしょ。じゃっきりしなさい。わかってるよ。うまく弾くよね。大丈夫ですよ、姫。目的の景色少女まではもう少しです。 Hey, it's fine. I was asleep. Didn't get much sleep yesterday. Dang, I missed a lot. Oh, it's fine. You just mostly saw 5 hours of me stuttering and like trying to say words correctly while reading it, and I'm just like getting tired and winded as it goes on. Hope you get some good rest. Yeah, I am. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow, so I won't be doing a stream tomorrow, but I'll definitely do one Sunday. Wait, let me check something real quick. You don't have to tell me that. Alright. Oh. Huh. My capture card's been acting weird lately, so I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna check on that later, but let's continue on.
ほんと2は人魚の前でだけは王子様だよね。赤ずきんもそうしてほしいのか。んなわけないでしょ。まあまあ2人とも新しい景色少女の方無事だといいんだけど。仮にも景色少女拷問くらい気合で乗り切ってるって。だから赤ずきんと一緒にするなって。さあ景色少女のいる牢獄へ。メルヘン、やっぱただでは通らせてはくれないみたいだね。姫、決して僕の後ろから出ないでくださいね。さあどこからでもかかってこい。
Yay, tutorial time. We already know. I already know this. But yeah, new tutorial music. I think it's called Fuck, I don't remember the name of it right now. I'll think of it later on. But yeah, we'll just skip it. To get to the Mary Skelter 2 first battle theme, I love it a lot. I love Purple Flight. It's such a good first battle theme. I love it. It is. Oh my god, Purple Flight's the best. But yeah, we have Elsu and Little Mermaid and Red Riding Hood, and they're both Blood Maidens. So yeah, we start the game with 3 people. You don't need to give me a tutorial how the menu works, game. Wait, I just remembered. You can actually, like, skip things. Like, actually skip. Not like the normal skip from the first game where you just fast forward stuff. No. You can literally just skip the whole thing by just pressing this. Boom. It's all gone. An actual skip button. This is the one change that the Mary Skelter 1 remake had that I really like a lot, because, you know, there are occasions where I kind of want to speed up the game's dialogue and everything, but I'm like, okay, I just want to skip the whole thing. Yeah, save. It's crazy, 2 new Blood Maidens. Where are they in the first game? Wait, did Red color Little Mermaid? Yes. it's Little Mermaid and Osu. And also, I noticed that the screen is tearing, so I'm gonna like unplug stuff. I'm gonna unplug something and replug it in to see if it fixes it. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. It's not showing up. Hold on. I think I need to reset OBS. So, but that cannot be. Little Mermaid died. When did she? When she died as a little girl, Red sets up. Well, for some reason she's alive here, but yeah, I do need to reset my OBS if it will fix what I'm having a problem with. So I'll end the stream, but I'll put it back up as soon as I solve the issues. Okay, so just hold on tight. I'll be back.